Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, wherever you're at in the world. Welcome to Last Drafts Baseball's live commentary of Major League Baseball. Tonight, we are bringing you from Oracle Park in San Francisco, the Milwaukee Brewers and San Francisco Giants. The commentary and views are our opinions and are not affiliated with the Major League Baseball, the MLB, PA, the American League, the National League, or their sponsors. We are giving live English reports on the game being played and hope that English-speaking audiences around the globe can enjoy the games on YouTube and Twitch along with us. And tonight, it is going to be the Brewers who are making their way in for the first game of a four-game series against the Milwaukee Brewers. This is going to be versus the San Francisco Giants. Of course, this is the last series before All-Star game week, which is going to take place on Tuesday of next week. And now both of the teams will get themselves a 3-day break, except for those players who are heading to Los Angeles to participate in the Midsummer Classic. And so we are going to give you the starting lineups first for the visitors from Milwaukee. Leading off and playing in left field, wearing number 24, is Andrew McCutchen. Batting second and playing shortstop, wearing number 27, is Willie Adames. Batting third at third base, wearing number 20, is Mike Brosu. And the cleanup spot in right field, wearing number 12, is Hunter Renfroe. Batting fifth and doing the catching, wearing number 7, is Victor Caratini. Batting sixth at second base, wearing number 2, is Luis Arias. Hitting seventh at first base, wearing number 11, is Rowdy Tellez. Batting eighth and doing the designated hitting and playing and wearing number 28 is Pedro Severino. Batting ninth in center field, wearing number 3, is Jonathan Davis. And they are going to be facing the left-hander, Carlos Rodon. He takes to the hill for the Giants tonight. He is 8-5. He's worked 100 innings this year. He's allowed 74 hits, 31 runs. 30 of them have been earned. He's walked 32 and struck out 124. He's pitched to an ERA of 2.70. So that is your starting lineup for the Milwaukee Brewers. Now your starting lineup for the home team, the San Francisco Giants. Leading off and playing first base, wearing number 31, is Lamont Wade Jr. Batting second in left field, wearing number 23, is Jock Peterson. Batting third at second base, wearing number 39, is Tyro Estrada. The cleanup spot and batting and wearing number 9 is Brandon Pelt. Batting fifth in right field, wearing number 51, is Luis Gonzalez. Batting sixth and playing third base, wearing number 70, is David Villar. Batting seventh in center field, wearing number 5, is Mike Yastrzemski. Hitting eighth and playing shortstop, wearing number 35, is Brandon Crawford. Batting ninth and doing the catching, wearing number 21, is Joey Bart. And they are going to be facing the reigning Cy Young Award winner in Corbin Burns. Burns is going to take to the hill tonight. He has got a 7-4 record on the season. He's actually got an ERA that's better than it was in 2021. He's at 2.20. This is going to be his 18th start of the year. He's worked 106 and a third innings. He's allowed 69 hits, 29 runs, 26 that have been earned. He's walked 26 and struck out a league-leading 134. So that's the matchup for tonight. Rodon versus Burns. We'll be back here in just a few minutes with Call the Action. We appreciate you guys checking in, whether you listen live or on delay. We'll be right back in just a few moments. Hang tight, everybody. Here is our friend Dave.
Thanks for checking out Freddie and Last Drafts Baseball. It's time to announce the winners of this month's mystery pack. Boom! Josh S., you're the winner. Congratulations. Enjoy the game, and remember to tell Steve Rademacher, take a haircut. Back to the game.
Appreciate you there, Dave. And it is Dave at Zero Fox Sports who is running the monthly giveaways. And here's all the information here if you want in on the action in July.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for checking out the game. and Last Raps Baseball. This is Dave's Zero Thought Sports Card. If you like pack openings, baseball, all that good stuff, check us out. Drop a comment on our channel this month to win a mystery pack of cards. All you gotta do is say Last Rap sent you to be entered. And we'll drop a video later on this month announcing the winner. Enjoy the game.
Appreciate you, Dave, and your support of the channel. We'll be back in just a couple moments with the first pitch of the ball game. Hang tight, everybody. We're glad you could be here with us. Welcome back, everybody. The lineups are in. The Giants are taking to the field, and it is about ready to happen here in San Francisco in Oracle Park. The home plate umpires for tonight's game, working behind home plate, is Bruce Dreckman. It'll be Gabe Morales at first. Pat Hoberg has got the duties at second base, and in the rocking chair at third, it is Brock Bellew, as he's got the proverbial night off after working the plate for this crew last night. The temperature is 65 degrees Fahrenheit at game time. The wind is at 18 miles an hour, but it is variable. It is blowing in from right field, and it is then swirling right now in all over the park here in San Fran, which is going to make the game a little bit difficult, especially for the visiting teams who are not used to playing in these type of weather conditions. And so that is the weather. Those are the umpires. Carlos Rodon takes to the hill, as he has got himself 17 starts this year in only one complete game, but that 8-5 record, and he has been sparkling and a solid performer for the San Francisco Giants. But he is going up against one of the best in the game in Corbin Burns, who's the reigning Cy Young Award winner, and looks like he wants to add another one to his mantelpiece, as he is pitching very well again this season. So Rodon is completing his warm-up tosses, and we're going to be ready to get this one underway in just a couple moments. It'll be McCutchen, Adames, and Brosu, all three right-handed hitters, to face the lefty Rodon when this one gets going. No Christian Yelich tonight, and we can understand why with the lefty on the mound. He is very tough on the left-handed opposition. So he is completing his warm-up tosses. The Brewers are wearing their gray bottoms and their sort of navy-ish tops. I say navy because they are almost a darkish type blue top with the gold or yellow trim. It is a very classic Brewers type of uniform. We like the way that it looks. The Giants are wearing their home whites, as they have got the black and the orange trim. And that is also a very classic look for the San Francisco Giants. So Andrew McCutchen is stepping to the plate, and he is ready to get the first offering here from Carlos Rodon. And we are about to get ready, and we are underway. So he digs in. Rodon is leaning in to get the sign from his catcher, Joey Bart. He works from the first base side of the rubber. He's set at the belt as he's pitching, as he starts in that position, but he rocks back and goes into a windup, and now there is a fastball swung on and grounded foul, and the count is quickly 0-1 to McCutchen. Defensively tonight for the Giants, in the outfield from left to right, it'll be Jock Peterson in left. The center fielder is Mike Yastrzemski. Right field is Luis Gonzalez. Around the horn from first to third, it's Lamont Wade Jr., Tyro Estrada. There is a breaking ball that swung on, and this ball is lifted into left field for a base hit. Andrew McCutchen has led off the ball game with a single here in the top of the first inning. And just to finish that off, the shortstop is Brandon Crawford and David Villar at third. The catcher, Joey Bart, and on the mound, of course, is Carlos Rodon. That brings Willy Adames to the plate. Adames is only batting .215 on the season. He's got 18 homers and 49 RBIs. His batting average is a little bit light, but he has not been short on power, as he's got those 18 bombs this year. That's the most of anybody in the lineup tonight for the Brewers. And here comes the offering from Rodon. It is a fastball that misses inside, and the count is 1-0. Adames was acquired in a trade from the Tampa Bay Rays in return for a couple of arms. One of those arms had been flipped. JP Friesen had been sent to the Tampa Bay Ball Club. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded over to third. They get McCutchen at second for one, back to first, and it's not in time. It's going to go down as a fielder's choice. The fielder's choice will erase McCutchen for the first out. That's going to go down 5-4. Nice play by the third baseman, VR. He had to go to his backhand side. Was able to plant and let it go. Estrada took the ball on the outfield side or the left field side of second base. Was not able to get the return leg as the runner Adames beat it out by about a half a step. That's going to bring up Mike Brosu to the plate. For Brosu, he is hitting .293 on the season. He's got 4 homers and 14 runs batted in. He's getting the nod in at third base tonight. They throw over to first base, and getting back in time is Adames. Adames establishes his lead over at first. Not really a threat to run as Willie. He's only got a couple of stolen bases on the year. And here comes the offering from Rodon, and instead he flips it over to first base, and easily getting back in time is the base runner Adames. More of a token toss than anything else. Brosu digs in. He's got a slightly open stance, waiting on the offering from Rodon, and he delivers a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. We got the living room in the house tonight. He says, I'm done calling the 7th and 8th inning of the Blue Jays game. I cut the email just before we went on here. Was just getting some preparation done for this one. And here comes the offering. It is a breaking ball that is swung on and top foul. The count is 0-2. Going to try to go check it out after the game when it is going to be on the replay on your channel. So I'll get a chance to hear how that sounds. I don't know what's happening over there. It was a 2-1 lead for the Kansas City Royals at one point. So no balls and 2 strikes to Brosu. Rodon holds at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed. The ball gets away from the catcher, Bard. Advancing to second base is Adames. Have to see if that's going to be ruled a pass ball or a wild pitch. I would say it is probably going to be a wild pitch, as that thing was in the dirt. And Bart had allowed it to escape from him, but we'll see what the official scorer has to say. That's exactly what they've said. It is a wild pitch, so we agree with that. It's going to put Adames into scoring position. It brings Hunter Renfroe to the plate. For Renfroe, he is batting .243 on the season with 13 homers and 27 runs batted in. And here's the first offering from Rodon. It's a fastball that misses upstairs for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Renfroe. Infield is pretty much straight away, as is the outfield on Renfroe. And here's the pitch from Rodon. It's a breaking ball down in the dirt. The count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. A classic pitchers matchup tonight. That is what we expect to see in this one, with the 2 stars on the mound for either team. Burns for the Brewers, Rodon for the Giants. Now Rodon steps off the mound, and he's looking for the replay. Our friend Living Room said he was just practicing. Not as good as the Pirates game I called earlier and forgot to hit broadcast. And here comes the offering. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and count now runs to 3-0 on Renfroe. We'll have to get over and hear what it's all about. I remember a number of years ago, I had I don't want to say a buddy, but there was an acquaintance of mine. It was more of my buddy's buddy. It was a fastball taken for a called strike, and he used to play the drums. And he lived in Toronto. He had moved to Toronto, and he wanted to practice the drums. So he would just go out onto wherever, Yonge Street, King Street, wherever he could set up, and he would take his snare, his bass, and his symbol, and there's a fastball that catches the inside corner, and the count now goes to 3-2. Because he lived in a condominium where he couldn't practice the drums, the neighbors would probably kill him. So he would go down to the streets and just practicing, and people would walk by and throw him money. He was as if he was a busker, because he was actually out there practicing, but people were so impressed with how he was doing it. He was actually making money while he was doing stuff. And so in some ways, this is kind of the opportunity where you're doing a little bit of that yourself, where you're just sitting here and working stuff and practicing, and to an audience of sometimes a lot and sometimes to nobody. There's a fastball that misses inside Hunter Renfroe. And Renfroe has on with a base on balls, and that is going to bring up the catcher, Victor Caratini. For Caratini on the season, he's batting .248. He's got 7 homers and 18 runs batted in. They're also playing Caratini straight away in the infield. As he steps to the plate, the former Padre and Cubs catcher. For a long time, he was almost the personal catcher. And there goes the runner to third. And it is going to be stolen by Adames. He's going to get himself a stolen base. And Hunter Renfroe has also taken second. So a double steal by the Brewers here in the first inning. Catch the Giants napping. And we're going to get a look at this one here. I'm going to say if they go to replay, we may have it out at third base, as the ball was able to get there in time. But was the tag applied? In fact, the ball got there, but it looks like VR missed tagging the runner. So there's no appeal on this one. There's not going to be a video replay, because even though the tag where the ball was in time, VR just swept right past the bag and allowed the runner to slide in safely. So now we have the right-handed hitter Caratini with no balls and 1 strike on him. And here comes the pitch from Rodon. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into shallow right center field. Moving over underneath it is Luis Gonzalez. He's going to make the catch. And that is going to do it, as Caratini has gone for out number 3 here in the first inning. So for the Brewers, they strand a couple of runners in scoring position. They had no runs in the inning. There was a hit, no errors, and 2 left the board. We are through a half inning. It is the Milwaukee Brewers nothing, the San Francisco Giants nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments after this when we return the call to the bottom of the first inning. There's our friend Steve Rademacher.
Hello, kids. Steve coming at you. It's Steve Rademacher. And if you like interesting stuff, if you like to laugh a little bit, and if you enjoy collecting, this channel's for you. If you like non-sport cards, we have them. You like pseudo-sport cards, we open them. Even if you like entire boxes of completely pointless stuff or other sports, we have everything here. I drop a different video every day, and there's always a theme to it, from No Filter Friday to Saturday morning cartoons, even Sunday shoutouts. Once in a while, we'll get a little froggy and show Money Money Monday, where I showcase a bunch of my currency. We have Legos, we have Star Wars, we have a good time. We even have my brother on Takeover Tuesday. Be there or be square. Back to Freddy.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and your support of the channel. And in turn, we support Steve Rademacher. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a moment with the call, the bottom of the first inning. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the top of the order here for the Giants in their half of the first inning. It'll be Lamont Wade Jr., Jock Peterson, and Tyro Estrada to face the right-hander Corbin Burns. As we said, Burns coming off a Cy Young Award campaign, and his numbers might be better than they were last year. And here comes the first offering from Burns. He kicks and he delivers. It is a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Wade Jr. batting 180 on the season. He's got a couple of homers and 9 runs batted in. Waits on the offering from Burns, who kicks and he fires. It is a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Wade Jr. ready to get the next offering from the right-hander Burns, who delivers a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is 2-1. Watching the catchers here work, and I don't know if I'm a big fan of the way that this ball is being received by Victor Caratini. We see it a lot often where the catchers, they'll bring it and they really jerk it up into the zone. And he works off of one knee, so he's trying to get a little bit lower in the zone. There's a fastball that is tapped away on the home plate side of, or first base side of home plate. That is the way it goes sometimes when you watch him when he pitches. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wade will be followed by the left fielder, Jock Peterson, as he steps into the plate, waiting on this offering from Burns. And Burns now kicks and delivers. It is a changeup swung on and missed. And Lamont Wade Jr. has gone on strikes for the first out of the inning. 1 up and 1 away, and that's going to bring up the left fielder, Jock Peterson. For Peterson on the evening, he is batting .253. He's got 17 homers and 41 runs batted in. Peterson is enjoying himself a nice season here in the city by the bay. Of course, the longtime Dodger is now with his 4th club in the last couple of seasons. Peterson's got an open stance. He waggles the bat. And here comes the first pitch from Burns. It's a fastball that just misses outside, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Corbin Burns. From Corbin Burns to Peterson, that is. So Peterson, as we said, won the World Series last year after being dealt mid-season by the Cubs. There's a breaking ball that drops in, and the count is 1-1. Got himself a 1-year contract, but the way that he's playing, we were thinking before the season started, he might be up for a series of 1-year contracts after his departure, but this particular year here may lock him into a longer-term deal. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 2-1. And his 17 homers at Oracle Park, or Oracle Park as his home, that's nothing to sniff at. It is a tough park to hit home runs in for sure. There's the 2-1 offering as Burns kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It is grounded to the right side. It is fielded, and he fires over to first. Fielded by the second baseman there. Nice play by the second baseman, Luis Arias. That's going to be a ground out 4-3 for out number 2, and that's going to leave it all up to Thairo Estrada. Our friend in the living room says he's going to go see what he sounded like, and then he's going to come back. Well, that's good. That's what you want. You want to go listen to yourself a little bit and see what it sounds like when you're doing the games. So Corbin Burns now ready to face the second baseman, Estrada. He holds at the belt and kicks and fires. It's a fastball that just misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. Defensively for the Brewers tonight, from left to right, it is Andrew McCutcheon in left field. The center fielder is Jonathan Davis. Hunter Renfroe is in right. Around the horn from first to third, Rowdy Tellez is at first. Luis Arias is at second. Willie Adames is the shortstop, and Mike Brosu is at third. Of course, the battery is Burns and Victor Caratini. There's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. They do have Estrada a little bit shaded to the pull side. The second baseman, Arias, is almost right over the bag. And here's the pitch from Burns. It is a fastball swung on. It is grounded foul. It's backhanded by Brosu, but it was a good solid 6 feet in foul territory, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Estrada getting the nod in the 3-hole tonight. It's normally Wilmer Flores who has been hitting in that spot when we've seen the Giants the last couple times. We saw the Giants, a pitch from Burns. It is a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 3-1. Sometimes it's a lot easier to call games when you have seen the team a number of times, especially, for example, the home teams who know their players. They get to see them day in and day out on the road and at home and get a feel for how they're playing. There's the 3-1, and it is a fastball swung on. It is popped up to the left side of the infield. It is drifting back into the outfield grass as Adames. He's going to make the catch. And Estrada is going to be put away for out number 3 here in the first inning. So for the Giants in their half of the first, there were no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We are now through one complete. It is the San Francisco Giants nothing, the Milwaukee Brewers nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call of this second inning after this from our friend, Matt Hollis.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We're moving to the top of the second inning. It's going to be Luis Urias, Rowdy Tellez, and Pedro Severino on to face Carlos Rodon. We've got Eric Castile in the house. We appreciate you for being here and checking us out tonight, stopping in and listening to some classic rock that we've provided here. It is going to be tomorrow night. We've got a 3-game set that begins with the Oryx Buffaloes and the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. It'll be a rare Friday, Saturday, and Sunday North American broadcast, as we're going to call that one. There was a first pitch fastball delivered from Luis Urias, and the count is quickly 0-1. For Urias on the season, he's batting .223. He's got 10 homers and 29 runs batted in. And Rodon rocks into the motion and delivers. It is a fastball that misses outside. The count is 1-1. Friend Eric says he's actually a San Francisco guy. He played summer ball in college with Jock's brother, Tiger, it looks like. That's kind of interesting. One of the fellas I used to coach with was actually Jock's hitting coach in AA with Chattanooga a few years ago when they had both Yasiel Puig and also Jock Peterson. That would have been in 2013. So there's a fastball fouled away. The count is 1-2. So, yep, Jock Peterson is a solid ball player. We were talking about him a little earlier. Even in the other stream the other night, it looks like he's gained a few pounds here. Either that or he doesn't really wear that white uniform as well as one would expect. There is a fastball swung on. This ball is lined, and it's going to get down in front of the left fielder, Peterson. It looked like at first he thought that ball was going to hold up a bit. It just seemed to died, and he had to race in to come and get it. It's going to be a base hit for Urias, as he's aboard with a leadoff single here in the top of the second inning. That's going to bring up the first baseman, Rowdy Tellez. Our friend Eric had said that he's a San Francisco guy. We've seen the Giants. This is, as I said, the third time in the last couple of weeks. Did the Diamondback game the other night in which they lost 4-3. I think that was the final 4-3. The Diamondbacks were barely able to hang on. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It is popped up over on the right side of the infield. Backing up is Lamont Wade Jr. There's trouble. That ball is going to get down. Sorry, that's VR in the shift. And it ended up getting down and stopping at second base is Arias. So the San Francisco end is taken over here. Trying to do a double take as they brought the third baseman over into the rover position. And the next thing you know, he was running all the way around, and that ball dropped in between him and the right fielder Gonzalez. It's going to go down as a single for Tellez, a bit of a cheapie, but you take it nonetheless. The hobbyist stops in and he says, hello and good night. We appreciate you stopping in there, Chris, as always. So the Brewers have something brewing here in the top of the second. They've got runners at first and second with back-to-back singles. And Pedro Severino steps to the plate. He's batting .286, which is a little deceiving. He's only 2 for 7. He's got no homers and 1 RBI since returning from his PED suspension. So here comes the first offering from Rodon. It's a breaking ball that misses down. A nice block by the catcher, Bart. So 1-0 to Severino. Severino, it was thought, was going to be a pretty decent thing for the Brewers in the offseason. He spent last years with the Baltimore Orioles, 248 with 11 homers and 46 RBIs. He signed in the offseason with the Brew Crew, and there's a fastball swung on it. It is hit into left field. Peterson's going to come up throwing. Here comes the throw to the plate, and it's going to get cut off by VR. Severino's got himself a single, and the bases are now full of Brewers with nobody out here in the second inning. That's going to bring up the center fielder, Jonathan Davis. Severino signed a free agent deal for $1.9 million with the Brewers after that season he had with Baltimore last year, but he'll be a free agent after this year. So hopefully for the Brewers' sake, it'll be money well spent for the back half of the year, that's for sure. So Rodon holds at the belt, and Davis at the plate, and here's the pitch. There's a fastball at 96 miles an hour that misses upstairs, and the count is now 1-0. Davis, we saw the last time we saw Milwaukee, Davis made this sensational catch in center field at the Trop, and he went head first into the wall. It was unbelievable, the catch. There's the pitch from Rodon. It's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. There's nowhere to put the batter here in this situation as Davis is at the plate with the bases loaded. The infield is halfway as they want to take a shot at the plate. And here comes the pitch. It is a 95-mile-an-hour fastball that is tipped into the mid of the catcher. That's going to run the count now to 2 balls and 1 strike. So the Brewers are threatening here early against Rodon. And here comes the 2-1 offering now to Davis. There is a fastball swung out and fouled away, and the count now goes to 2-2. In some ways, Jonathan Davis has never been known for his offense. In fact, you would think with the bases loaded here, it is an instant rally killer, potentially for the Brew Crew, as he's only hitting .217 on the season with no homers and 2 RBIs. But he does run well, and he'll be a tough guy to double up. There's the pitch from Rodon. It's a fastball. It's taken for a called third strike. Davis stood there like the house by the side of the road and watched it go by for out number 1. That is going to bring up the left fielder, Andrew McCutchen. So all I would say in that particular at-bat is overmatched. Rodon is, with his 95-plus mile-an-hour fastball, was able to just dispose of Davis with ease, and that brings up Andrew McCutchen. McCutchen today is 1 for 1. He's raised his average up to .259. He's raced on a fielder's choice in the first inning, and there's a breaking ball that is swung at and tap foul at home plate. The count is no balls and 1 strike to McCutchen. McCutchen has a career .276 batting average with the bases loaded. He's got 3 grand slams. This year he is batting .300 with 7 RBIs, so he really comes to bat when the lights are on. Here comes the 0-1 offering to McCutchen, and it's a fastball swung out and again fouled off right at the feet of home plate. The count is now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. The bases are full of Brewers. Arias is the runner at third. Tellez is at second. Severino is the runner at first. It's no balls and 2 strikes to McCutchen here with 1 out in the top of the second inning. Runners have established their leads. Here's the pitch from Rodon. It's a fastball that backs McCutchen off the plate. The count is 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Left-hander Rodon ready to go back to work. He gets the sign from his catcher, Bart. And here comes the pitch, and it is a breaking ball swung on and missed. And McCutchen goes down on strikes for out number 2. So Rodon coming back in a big way after loading the bases with 3 consecutive singles. He's now retired the last 2 hitters he has faced. That's going to bring up the shortstop, Willy Adames. For Adames tonight, he bounced into a fielder's choice his first time up. He was stranded at third. He did steal a base on his parade around the bases. So here comes the first offering from Rodon. There's a breaking ball that's waved at and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Willy Adames. So for all those Milwaukee Brewer fans who come back and listen to the stream, this could be the point right here in the first 2 innings where this game could be lost for the Brewers. There's the pitch by Rodon. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 1-1. Brewers stranded 2 runners aboard in the first inning, and they are potentially going to leave 3 on here in the second. That would be an absolute backbreaker. So here comes the 1-1 offering. And Rodon kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, Rodon is one of the tougher pitchers in the ballgame. The Giants did spend money for good reason as they had pried him away in Chicago White Sox. He's got himself a deal until the end of next season, but it's really only a 2-year deal. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed, but it's fouled off at home plate, says home plate umpire Bruce Druckman. It's going to keep the count at 1-2. Basically, there's a opt-out option if he can throw 110 innings pitched in 2022. And right now, entering tonight's game, he is at 100 innings pitched. And now we've got time as the pitcher Rodon has stepped off the rubber. Now he leans in and he gets the sign from the catcher, Bart. And he comes sent at the belt. Here's the 1-2 offering. He kicks and fires. It is a fastball swung on and missed. And Rodon digs deep as he loads the bases and then comes back and strikes out the side. So for the Brewers in their half of the second, there were no runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 3 left aboard. We are now through 1.5 at Oracle Park. It is the Milwaukee Brewers nothing, the San Francisco Giants nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call here in just a couple moments. We're going to the bottom of the second inning. Here is our friend Steve Rademacher. Be sure to check him out after the game and let him have your support.
Hello, guys. Steve Rademacher coming at you. I'm having my 500 subscriber giveaway if we get there by the end of this year. That's my name and my channel, Steve Rademacher. All you have to do is be publicly subscribed, and then you can enter to win once we hit the magic number, either an unopened, still sealed box of Star Trek official trading cards, Next Generation and Original Series. If that's not your cup of tea, we have Fleer Adrenaline with a Deerdick rookie card. I have pulled out an autograph from one of these, and there are relics. If that's not your thing, how about an unopened box of 1987 Donruss Baseball? Just come watch me, subscribe, and enjoy the show. Thank you.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and your support. We'll be back in 30 seconds with the call of the bottom of the second inning. Our friend who is popping in here says no runs, and unfortunately, if you are a Brewer fan, There were no runs in that inning. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are cruising to the bottom of the second inning. It's the heart of the San Francisco batting order coming up to face Corbin Burns, Brandon Belt, Luis Gonzalez, and David Villar. The first pitch that was delivered to Belt was a fastball off the outside corner, and then he swung through a fastball, and that is even to count at 1-1. Our friend Isaiah in here tonight says, can't believe they didn't get any runs, at least make contact. And, that thing is frustrating if you are not just a Brewer fan, but an offensive fan. Load the bases with 3 consecutive singles, and then you go down with 3 strikeouts. There's a fastball that swung on and missed, and the count is now 1-2. As I said, if this game is going to be lost, it may be here in the first 2 innings, as the Brew Crew have left 5 runners aboard. So they are digging themselves a proverbial hole here and possibly burying themselves early. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. It is a fastball that just misses off the outside corner. The count now goes to 2-2. Our friend Isaiah says he's listening on the road and appreciates the play-by-play, and we thank you for stopping by. Hopefully you can join us again when you get a chance. Here comes the 2-2 pitch as Burns holds at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on and missed. And Brandon Belt is retired on strikes for the first out of the inning, and that's going to bring up the right fielder, Luis Gonzalez. For Gonzalez on the season, he's hitting .293. He's got 3 homers and 26 runs batted in. Gonzalez has been productive. We watched him the other night. He did have his struggles in the game we saw against the Diamondbacks. He made a bobble in right field and was charged with an error and had a couple of opportunities to have some clutch hits, but he failed in certain situations. But overall, he's had a pretty good year. One game does not make a season. So he bats from the left side against the right-handed throwing Burns. He delivers a breaking ball that just misses outside. The count is 1-0. Our friend Isaiah says, do you only do Giants games? And the answer to that is no. We're going to probably be back on in the daytime tomorrow, but our bread and butter is we're going to be doing the late night games in the Japanese League, the NPB, on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evening. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes to Gonzalez. We will be adding some Major League games over the course of the weekend as well. And also, once we get through the All-Star break, we'll be adding more on Thursday, Friday, Saturday of next week, probably more along the lines of Thursday and Sunday. We're going to be out of town for a couple of days, as we're going to be in Seattle to see the Mariners and the Astros. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded up the middle. It is fielded neatly by the shortstop, Adames. He throws to first, and that is going to retire Gonzalez. A ground out 6-3 for out number 2. That is going to bring up the third baseman, David Villar. For Villar on the season, he is batting .258. He's got a homer and 5 runs batted in. If I'm not mistaken, he was named to the Futures game, and I'm not sure where that status is going to be for him. I'll have to go back and take a look. But he's been called up. He's been up for about 2.5, 3 weeks now with the Giants, with the big club. So he stands in from the right side, waiting on the offering from Corbin Burns, who kicks and fires. It's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner. The count is 0-1. So some of the other questions we get asked is, how do we choose which games we're going to do? Usually I like to look for good pitching matchups, games that aren't going to go for 5 hours, like a Red Sox and Yankees type series. Here comes the pitch from Burns. It's a fastball that swung on and missed, and the count is now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. It's a great pitching matchup tonight. And surprisingly, a lot of empty seats at Oracle Park. I know it's a Thursday night, but you've got one of the best in all of baseball in Corbin Burns going up against Carlos Rodon. That is definitely worth the price of admission. There's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count goes to 1-2. Burns gets himself a new baseball and he rubs it up as that last pitch was in the dirt. Now he's ready to go back at it against VR. He's got that sign from the catcher Caratini. Now he delivers a fastball that swung on and missed. And that is going to do it here for the Giants in their half of the second inning. They go quietly and in order, 1, 2, 3. There were no hit runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're now through 2 complete. It is the Brewers nothing and the Giants nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a couple moments with the top of the third inning. We appreciate you all for being here. Here's our friend Matt.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Appreciate you, Matt, and your support of our channel. And in turn, we support Matt Hollis. Be sure to check him out after the game. We'll be back in 30 seconds with the call at the top of the third inning after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're moving to the top of the third inning. It's going to be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the Milwaukee batting order coming up to face Carlos Rodon. That means it's going to be Mike Brosu, Hunter Renfroe, and Victor Caratini. So he is stepping in. The right-handed hitting elated lineup today to face the lefty Rodon. So here comes the first offering to Brosu. He's got a slightly open stance. We noticed that Rodon likes to work on the first base side of the rubber. The first pitch is a breaking ball that bounces up to the plate, and it's now 1-0 to Brosu. These are the 1-2 leaders in strikeouts in the National League. Burns and Rodon, Aaron Nola, Charlie Morton, and Sergio Alcantara, or Sandy Alcantara, round out the top 5. Here comes the offering now from Rodon. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 2-0. When you watch that game between the Angels last night and the Houston Astros, very impressive with both Ohtani and Christian Javier on the mound. Javier only retired 13 batters in the game, and 12 were by strikeout. There's a fastball swung on it. It's tapped slowly over to third. VR fields it, but he juggles the ball, can't get it out of the glove. He's unable to complete the play over at first base. The scoring decision is quickly up. It's going to go down as a base hit for Brosu. He actually fielded the ball moving to his left, but then he couldn't get the ball out of his glove on the exchange. And he just ate it so that he wouldn't allow the throw to take it into the stands or anywhere else. So Brosu is aboard with a leadoff single. That's going to bring up Hunter Renfroe to the plate. That is now the 6th hit of the ball game in our books for the Brewers, or checked out the 5th hit of the game. There's a first pitch fastball swung on and fouled away. It's going to hit the netting down the right field line. And there's somebody who is able to get the ball. That's somebody who is a pretty serious fan who was sitting in the front row. He pulled the netting back, and as the ball came down, it came down on his side. That was a pretty smart play there by the fan. It's no balls and 1 strike to Renfroe. So here we go. Rodon back to work. He delivers a breaking ball. This is swung on. It is pop foul. It's over on the first base side. And the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Victor Caratini waits his turn on deck. As we said, it is a right-handed laden lineup. A couple of switch hitters in the lineup for the Brewers tonight, and this is one of them. Caratini is a switch hitter. Batting from the right side against Rodon. There is a breaking ball that is waved at and missed. And Caratini is gone on strikes. That was a pretty quick 3 pitches. And he is done for out number 1, and that's going to bring up, that's Renfroe who's gone. It's going to bring up Victor Caratini. Starting to get ahead of myself there as Renfroe was still up there chopping away. So Caratini steps to the plate. He's batting .248. He's got 7 homers and 18 RBIs. He's one of the switch hitters in the lineup tonight. And here comes the offering. It is a fastball that's taken for a called strike. Count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. They dropped Rowdy Tellez down in the order, who's a left-handed stick. And now stepping off the backside of the rubber is Rodon. He's ready to go again. He leans in, gets the sign from his catcher, Bart. And now he kicks, and he throws a token toss over to first base, and getting back easily is Brosu. Hardly he even had to break a sweat. I'd like to see what Rodon's A move looks like, or if he even has an A move. A left-hander without a move is like a cow that can't give milk. It's kind of useless. There's a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 0-2 on Caratini. And not only would I like to see his move from the rear view, but also in front, especially if he's got something worthwhile. I remember John Lester hated throwing over to first base. Couldn't do it. But yet he's probably going to have arguably a Hall of Fame career now that his career is over. And here's the offering from Rodon. It is a fastball swung on it. It's grounded over to first. They step on the bag for 1. The throw down to second is going to be caught, and the tag applied by Brandon Crawford. That's going to go as a double play, 3-6. It's going to erase Caratini for the second out. And as part of the double play, Brosu has gone for the third out there. So the Brewers in their half of the inning, they got no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're now through 2.5. It is the Brewers nothing, the Giants nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the bottom of the 3rd inning in just a couple of moments. Glad you guys could drop in here and listen with us tonight. Here is our friend Matt again.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just 1 roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
That's right, everybody. After the game, be sure to check out another Hollis build. That is Matt Hollis, a supporter of our channel, and in turn, we like to support him. We'll be back in just a moment with the call at the bottom of the 3rd inning after this. Hang tight, everybody, after these tunes. Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be the bottom 3rd of the batting order coming up for the San Francisco Giants to face Corbin Burns. It'll be Mike Yastrzemski, Brandon Crawford, and Joey Bart here in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. And the pitcher Burns is ready to go back to work. He gets the sign from his catcher Caratini, and he first pitches a changeup that misses down for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. For Yastrzemski on the season, he's hitting .235. He's got 8 homers and 34 runs batted in. He bats from the left side against the right-handed throwing Burns. And Burns rocks in the motion and delivers. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Fairly efficient first couple innings of work for the right-hander Burns, as he only threw 26 pitches to retire the Giants in order so far tonight. And here comes the offering to Yastrzemski. It's another fastball that misses down, and the count goes to 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes. Burns gets ready to get back onto the rubber. He's not one of the more quicker pitchers that we see. Sometimes these starting pitchers, they get in a rhythm and they get moving. Burns really does take his time. He's a little more methodical than most. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that cuts the plate in half. And the count is now 3 balls and 1 strike to Yastrzemski. Yastrzemski has not had a offensive year like he's had in years past. His numbers have been down in the, well, he's at .235 right now, but he's been languishing in the lower part of the 200s for most of the season. A fastball swung out at his tap foul over on the first base side. Runs the count to 3-2 to Yastrzemski. So Yastrzemski ready to get back to face the right-hander Burns. And here comes the 3-2 offering. As Burns gets the sign, he delivers. It's a fastball that just misses off the outside corner. And the Giants are going to have their first base runner of the night as Yastrzemski's aboard with a leadoff walk here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, and that's going to bring up the shortstop, Brandon Crawford. You know, you got to wonder sometimes the way that these 2 teams play, or not just these 2 teams, but Major League Baseball. You've got 2 of the top pitchers in the National League on the mound. I'd be curious to see if Brandon Crawford would ever think about dropping down a bunt. They have the shift on. They've got 3 fielders to the right side of the infield. The third baseman, Mike Brosu, is kind of in a shallow shortstop position in the 6 hole. And right here, the sacrifice for sure would work, but Crawford might even still be able to leg out a bunt. There's a fastball ticket for a called strike. The count is 0-1. When we watch the Japanese league and even some of the Asian leagues, they do a lot of bunting. But of course, at the same time, they don't have a lot of players that can put the ball into the seats at 450 feet away. So you have to play the game a little bit differently, but certainly here in this situation, this might only end up being a 2 or a 3-run ball game for either team. There's a changeup that drops in for a called strike, and now the count is 0-2. So when you're playing for a run or maybe a couple of runs, it may start here, and now they've got a gaping hole over on the left side. Of course, it's no 0-2 as the Brewers have shifted their defense around. Brosu is no longer right up on the infield grass. He is now heels to the grass in the shortstop position. And here comes the 0-2 offering. It is a fastball that misses down, and the count goes to 1-2 now on Crawford. Crawford will be followed by Joey Bart. And it will be the top of the order coming up for the Giants here. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Burns looks in, gets the sign from Caratini. And now he comes set at the belt. He kicks and he delivers. It is a fastball that misses down. Off to second goes the runner. And Yastrzemski is going to get himself a stolen base. He is able to get that one cleanly. That is the first stolen base for the Giants tonight. We saw a double steal earlier in the 1st inning by the Brewers. That's going to run the count to 2-2 on Crawford. The throw by Caratini was not a good one either. It was to the right field side of second base. So now they've got the more traditional defense set up for Crawford here. As Adames is back to his side of the infield, and there is a fastball ticket for a called 3rd strike. Crawford, I'm not sure what he was looking for, but that pitch was middle away, and he stood there like the house by the side of the road and watched it go by for out number 1. That's going to bring up the catcher, Joey Bart. For Bart on the season, he's batting .168. He's got 5 homers and 10 RBIs. Saying that Joey Bart offensively has been a disappointment for the Giants at the big league level at this point in his career, although he is starting to show some power numbers as he's got 5 homers now. I'm not sure how I would compare. I've seen him over the last couple of days, and I would say, is he a poor man's Mike Zunino? And here comes the pitch, and is a fastball that misses down and away. Mike Zunino, of course, was one of the top picks of the Seattle Mariners, and he ended up in Tampa Bay, and he's their backstop there. He's got a lot of pop in the stick, does not have a big average, but he's very sound defensively. So maybe this is the San Francisco version of Zunino. And they fake a throw back to second base, and dancing back to the bag is Yastrzemski. So Joey Bart digs himself back in. He's waiting on the 1-0 offering from the right-hander Burns. Burns checks the runner. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 2-0. Ironically about Corbin Burns, he's actually got a better record on the road than he does at home. He pitches better away from Miller Park. Wonder why that is sometimes. If pitchers maybe have more distractions, or certainly guys have more distractions at home, get on the road and they can just focus on baseball. And again, they're concerned about Yastrzemski at second base. And again, Burns uses the inside move to keep the runner in check. So still 2 balls and no strikes to Joey Bart. Burns holds at the belt. He checks the runner at second. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball that just misses down. It's now 3 balls and no strikes to Bart. Lamont Wade Jr. waits his turn on deck as he's the top of the order. Bart trying to turn it over here as it's 3 balls and no strikes. There's 1 out here in the 3rd inning, and the pitch is a fastball that catches the outside corner. Count is 3-1. Certainly when you face this bottom part of the order, and you hate to say it, Brandon Crawford not having the year that he did last year, but you got to be able to get the 8 and 9 hitters out of the San Francisco order. They're not swinging the lumber very well at all. Here comes we've got the 3-1 offering, and here's the pitch. It is a fastball that misses down. It squirts away from the catcher, Caratini. It's going to be a wild pitch, and advancing over to third is Yastrzemski. So that's going to put runners on the corners, and that's going to bring up the top of the order in Lamont Wade Jr. For Wade Jr., he is 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out his first time up. His average has dipped to 177 on the season as he steps up to face Corbin Burns for the second time tonight. Burns has got himself in his first jackpot of the evening as he's got runners on the corners and 1 out. Catcher Caratini stepped up in front of the plate and flashed the 1st and 3rd signs to the defense, signaling how they want to react. So the way the defense is set up here for Lamont Wade Jr., they've really shifted. Willie Adames, he is almost right over top of the bag at second base. Almost 3 players to the right side of the infield, and the first pitch is a fastball that swung on and missed. The count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Lamont Wade Jr. He'll be followed by the fielder Jock Peterson. Peterson has feasted in these situations. Sure, he's chomping at the bit to get to the plate. Here comes the 0-1 offering. It is a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. You can see sometimes when hitters, they walk up to the plate and they just feeling good about themselves. They look confident. Or seeing Lamont Wade Jr. play last year and thinking, wow, this guy is, what a find for the Giants to be able to get him in the trade for Sean Anderson. I don't even think Sean Anderson has a job anymore. If I remember correctly, he was with the Blue Jays and just got DFA'd recently at the minimum, or at least got sent down. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It is a breaking ball, swung on and missed. And Lamont Wade Jr. is retired on strikes for the second time this evening. It's going to bring up the left fielder, Jock Peterson. It was a really good pitch by Burns. That fastball had a lot of downward taper on it. So Peterson steps up to the plate. He's 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded out to the second baseman his first time up. So he gets himself dug in, and they kind of have him played very similar as the last hitter. This time they've moved the second baseman, Arias, more into the 4-hole. They've got Adames almost straight over the bag at second base. So here comes the first offering from Burns. They set him up inside, and there's a fastball at 96 that misses down for ball 1. It's interesting to see how they try to set up the hitters and how they want to attack them, because the last at bat can always set up the next at bat. But at the same point in time, it also, for the hitter, gives them an opportunity to see what the pitchers have in their arsenal, and maybe looking for a specific pitch somewhere. There's a fastball that just misses down. Count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. The runner at third is Yastrzemski. The runner at first is Bart. There's 2 gone here in the bottom of the third inning. The Giants are threatening for the first time tonight. And now Peterson asks for time, and he just steps out and readjusts himself. And now Burns ready to go back at it. He kicks and he delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is now 2-1. Pitch locked up Peterson a little bit. I'm not sure what he was thinking he was going to get, but he was more than happy to let the breaking ball go by. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Peterson. Burns leans in, gets the sign from Caratini. We'll keep our eye at the runner, Bart, at first base. He is not really known to run. There is a fastball that's waved at and missed. And the count is now 2-2 on Peterson. There was a pitch to put the runner in motion. That might have been the pitch to do it at 2-1. Peterson, whenever he was just out in front. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Burns looking to get himself out of the jam here with 2 gone in the third inning. He holds at the belt. Now he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball, but this one gets away from the catcher, Caratini. It's all the way to the backstop, and the Giants are going to get themselves a cheapie. We're going to have to see how that's going to be scored, but they're calling it already a wild pitch. So Joey Bart advances to second. Yastrzemski scores. That opens the scoring here for the Giants. Boy, I don't know about that one. They call it a wild pitch. That went right off the glove of the catcher, Caratini. That ball's got to be caught. He's working off of one knee. He's unable to get any type of sway to be able to get inside to catch the ball. And they're going to burn Burns with a wild pitch. Now they've announced the scoring decision is a pass ball, and rightfully so. So now they've got a runner at second. That's a full count pitch coming up here to Peterson, and there's a fastball swung on, and this ball's lined into center field. It's going to be down, and coming home and around to score from second is Joey Bart. And just like that, it is a 2-0 San Francisco lead on the first hit of the ball game by the Giants, Jock Peterson, as he drives in Joey Bart, and the score is now 2-0 here for San Francisco. If you're the Brewers, you are going to be kicking yourself right now. They've stranded 5 runners in the first 2 innings. And then you give up a situation where you basically gift them the runs here. You've walked 2 guys to set the table. You wild pitch a run in, or at least a pass ball in that case. Now we've got a visit on the mound as the pitching coach has come out to see Corbin Burns. Burns is playing with his hair. So I don't know what he's thinking about out there. I mean, he's pitched really well. He retired the first 6 batters of the ball game. Always the leadoff walks are what come back to bite you. 25 pitches already here in the third inning alone, which has accounted for almost half his pitch totals so far tonight. So Peterson's the runner at first. Estrada now stepping to the plate. He is 0 for 1. He has popped out to the shortstop his first time up. He's seen his batting average dip to 261 on the season. So he digs in, waiting on the first offering from Burns. And Burns kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on it. Is driven into right field, but it's going to be right to the glove of Hunter Renfroe. Estrada hit the ball on the screws, but that is a line out to the right fielder for out number 3, and that's going to do it for the Giants in their half of the inning. They had 2 runs in the inning on 1 hit. There were no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. We are now moving to the top of the 4th inning. It is San Francisco 2, Milwaukee nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call of the top of the 4th inning after this when we return from our friend Steve.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs, we have pounds, we have Deutschmarks, we have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OPC baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and your support of our channel. And in turn, we support Steve Rademacher. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back with the call of the top of the 4th inning after this when we return. 2-0 for the Giants. We'll be right back. Appreciate you guys for being here. And we saw like father, like son dropping off a like. We thank you, Joe. We appreciate you as well. It is going to be Luis Arias. We've got Rowdy Tellez and Pedro Severino, the 6, 7, and 8 hitters in the Milwaukee order, coming up to face Carlos Rodon. And the Rodon delivers a first pitch strike on the outside corner, and it is quickly 0-1 to Arias. Arias is 1 for 1 tonight. He singled back in the 2nd inning, but he was stranded at 3rd. The Brewers had strung together back-to-back singles. But couldn't cash in against the lefty. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is driven into deep right center field. Drifting back, and just in front of the warning track is Yastrzemski. He makes the catch. And that is going to retire Arias for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away. And that is going to bring up the first baseman, Rowdy Tellez. Our friend Steve Rademacher says he's going to have a package sent out your way. He finally got your stuff from Crafty. He was sick and hospitalized, then real bust. That's unfortunate. Didn't know that Warcraft has been on the disabled list. So here comes Rowdy Tellez to the plate, and the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Tellez was part of the base hits in the 2nd inning as he had that second single to help load the bases against Rodon. And there's a breaking ball that is waved at and missed, and now the count is 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to the Milwaukee first baseman. Tellez is hitting .230 on the season as he raised his average tonight with that single. He does have juice in the stick, 17 homers and 55 runs batted in. And here he waits on the offering from the lefty Rodon, who kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball that misses down. Tellez was able to hold off, and the count is now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Rowdy Tellez. One gone here in the fourth inning, as the Giants now have a 2-0 lead over the Brewers. And here comes the pitch. It's a fastball swung on. It is lined over the head of the shortstop into left center field. Tellez has got himself his second hit of the ball game. One of the few left-handed hitters, in fact, the only left-handed hitter in the lineup tonight for the Brewers. And he has found no difficulty facing Carlos Rodon. It's going to bring up the designated hitter, Pedro Severino. Severino tonight had a single back in the second inning. He's got his average at 375. It's a bit deceiving, as he is only 3 for 8 on the season with an RBI. As we said, he came off that suspension for the PEDs. This is his fourth game now with the Brewers. There's a breaking ball that misses down. They appeal down to the first base umpire, Gabe Morales, but he says that Severino didn't go, and that's going to run the count now to 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Pedro Severino. Rodon back to work, and there's another breaking ball and another breaking ball that misses down and in, and the count goes now to 2-0. Severino, as we said, signed that free agent deal in the offseason after spending a couple of seasons in the Baltimore organization. They're expecting a lot of help from him, both behind the plate and with a bat in the lineup. So far, that hadn't come to fruition, so now they're hoping they can get something out of him. There's a fastball that misses outside. The count now goes to 3-0 on Severino. There have been patches in this game where Carlos Rodon has been really, really good. When he came back and struck out the side after loading the bases with 3 singles, and there's other times where he just seems to lose some command of his pitches. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. Severino had already taken 5 steps out of the batter's box to go to first base. And the right hand of Bruce Dreckman brings him back. As we get the look at that one, I don't know where Severino is going. That was a pretty good-looking fastball. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Severino, and here comes the offering now from Rodon. There's a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and again, Severino starts walking toward first base, and again, the hand of Bruce Dreckman brings him back. Our friend the living room is back in the house. He says, let the party resume. It was kind of funny the other night when we had the living room and the card closet in the house. I wonder if they'd be in the same floor. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Severino. And here comes the offering from Rodon. He kicks and delivers. It is a fastball that misses just off the outside corner. And now Severino makes his way to first base, and he's got a lot to say to the left-hander Carlos Rodon. But Rodon, whatever was said, he's got a good laugh at it. So I don't know if there was anything that was serious there. Rodon was just, thought it was probably good humor. He went 3 times to the outside part of the plate, and finally, Severino has earned himself a walk. So that puts runners at first and second, and it's going to bring Jonathan Davis to the plate. For Davis, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out looking his first time up. We said his first time that he came to the plate, he is an instant rally killer. There's a first pitch fastball swung on, and the count is 0-1. Davis has seen his average slip to 213. Defensively, he is very strong in the outfield. He's getting an opportunity here with the Milwaukee organization. He, of course, began his big league career with the Toronto Blue Jays. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball that is swung through and missed at 97 miles an hour. He originally was a 15th round pick of the Jays from the University of Central Arkansas. So no balls and 2 strikes to the right-handed hitting Davis. There is a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 0-2. After Davis was with Toronto, he had a brief stop with the New York Yankees. 1 hit in 17 trips to the plate was last season, and now he is in a Milwaukee uniform. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses down, and the count goes to 1-2. Sometimes you see that with hitters, that they get a new spot or a fresh start somewhere else, and it rejuvenates their career. I don't know if anything will jumpstart Jonathan Davis's bat. There's a breaking ball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 2-2. I think if I'm Carlos Rodon, I really just go out and attack him with good old-fashioned heat. and basically say, hey, listen, you're going to have to show me you can hit this. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jonathan Davis. There's 1 gone here in the top of the 4th inning. Brewers have runners at first and second, and here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Davis. It's not been an easy start for Rodon. He's had to work hard. He's not been sharp those first 2 innings, leaving 5 runners aboard. He's really had to battle. He checks the runner Tellez at second, and now he delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 3-2. It's only the second time tonight that a hitter has worked him full. So 18 batters to the plate, and full counts have only happened on 2 occasions. So now here comes the offering. It is a fastball that is swung on and fouled away. And the count remains at 3 balls and 2 strikes to Davis. If anything, it's a battle here that Davis is putting forward. This is going to be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. He's really making the left-hander Rodon work. So here comes the 3-2 offering. And Rodon delivers. It as a fastball swung on and again fouled away. It's going to reach the upper deck. A man in the front row of the upper deck makes a grab. It's going to keep the count at 3-2. This is now going to bring up pitch number 10. He gets a nice round of applause and even takes his hat off and tips it to the camera that is aimed in his direction. So not a flair for the dramatics, but a flair for being in the right place at the right time. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Rodon delivers a fastball and again swung on and fouled away. It's also going to reach the seats in the upper deck, but the same gentleman's not going to have an opportunity. So here comes pitch number 11. Rodon is already up to 67 pitches here in 4 innings. Pitching coach Homer Bailey is making his notes. So here comes the 11th offering, and now Rodon steps off the backside of the rubber. He's going to have to reset himself before he delivers again. They are shading the hitter Davis to the left side a little bit, playing him off the base at first. And here comes the 3-2. Rodon kicks and delivers. A fastball swung on and again fouled away. And the battle will continue. This is an epic at-bat here for the Brewers. Pitch number 11. Really only 2 breaking balls in this entire sequence. Everything else has been fastballs up at around 97 and 98 miles an hour, but they haven't been able to put away the batter Davis. So here comes the 3-2 pitch. A fastball swung on and again fouled away. You've got to, even if you're the home team here, you got to be giving Davis a round of applause. This is absolutely outstanding at bat. 12 pitches now deep. Been able to put him away. Pitch number 13 is about to come. Classic at bat. This is almost as good as the Anthony Rizzo at bat last year against the Pirates. About 14 pitches and deposited 1 in the seats. There's a breaking ball that misses down. And Davis has really earned himself a walk. That's going to load the bases, and that is going to bring up the top of the order in Andrew McCutchen, and that's going to bring Andrew Bailey, the pitching coach, out of the San Francisco dugout, as he is heading out to the mound to have a word with his lefty, Rodon. One would have to think this is more to give him a breather. 13 pitch at bat by Jonathan Davis to earn himself a walk. The top of the order, Andrew McCutchen stepping to the plate with 1 out and the bases loaded. So Rodon is ready to go back to work as the conference is over with Bailey. McCutchen tonight is 1 for 2. He singled in the first inning. He was erased in a fielder's choice, and he struck out in the second. McCutcheon's raised his season average to 258 on the evening. And he asks for time as he hasn't been set in. So now here comes the first offering from the lefty who kicks and delivers. It is a fastball that misses down. Count is 1 ball and no strikes. So McCutcheon, there's nowhere to put him here as the bases are full of Brewers. Rodon leans in. He comes set at the belt. And now he kicks and fires. It's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes to Andrew McCutcheon. It is a typical kind of cool night in San Francisco. The people have got their hoodies on and they're bundled up. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The folks that have bought their tickets down the first baseline tonight, they could have advertised it as souvenir baseball night, as there's been so many foul balls fouled off into first base, off the first base side. Souvenirs are going to be taken home by a lot of people tonight over there. Here comes the 2-0 offering. It is a fastball swung on and again fouled away. It's going to run the count now to 2 balls and 2 strikes on McCutcheon. So Rodon tonight is just missing that little bit to put the hitters away. As it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to McCutcheon. And here comes the pitch from Rodon. It is a breaking ball that misses down and in, and the count is now 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again, this is now the 3rd hitter in the row, the 4th tonight that has worked Rodon to a full count. He's got to try to wiggle his way out of this jam. The bases are loaded, nowhere to put McCutcheon. Here comes the 3-2. And the pitch is a fastball swung on. It is lifted into deep right center field. It is going to be Gonzalez who makes the catch. Tagging at third and heading home is Tellez. Tagging at second and heading into third is Severino. And Davis has done the same, going from first to second. So that's going to be a sacrifice fly to 9. An RBI for McCutcheon. It's going to bring home the first run of the ball game for the Brewers. They've got to cut into the lead at 2-1. Severino and Davis advance on the fly ball, and that's going to bring up the shortstop, Willy Adames. For Adames tonight, he is officially 0 for 2. He's bounced into a fielder's choice and he struck out. He has a stolen base, though. So here comes the first offering from Rodon. It's a breaking ball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0. Well, we thought nice pitcher's duel tonight between these two starters. And really, Rodon has really struggled in his 4 innings of work. Runners all over the base paths for the Brewers, but they haven't been able to show much for it. Corbin Burns, in the last inning, started to finally show a little bit of his mettle, or had a little bit of his mettle tarnished. There's a fastball swung on and foul tipped into the mid of the catcher, and the count is 1-1. Lots of games all over Major League Baseball, and we'll give you the out-of-town scoreboard throughout the evening. There's still some games underway. There are 3 other games that are still wrapping up. There's a fastball swung on and missed. That was at 98 miles an hour. That might have been the hardest pitch all night thrown by Rodon. I don't remember anything faster than 97. So that runs the count now to 1-2. So Adames digs in. He waggles the bat and waiting on the offering from the lefty Rodon. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It is lifted into right field. Gonzalez drifting back. He's just in front of the warning track. He makes the catch. And that is going to do it here for the 3rd out of the inning. But there was the Brewers get a run back. There was 1 run in the inning on 1 hit. There was no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. So far, 7 runners in the first 4 innings left aboard by Milwaukee. Your score is now San Francisco 2, the Brewers 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments with the call after this when we return. We appreciate you guys for being here. Hang tight again. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the heart of the San Francisco batting order coming up. It'll be Brandon Belt, Luis Gonzalez, and David Villar to face the right-hander Corbin Burns. Burns, in his 3 innings work, he allowed a couple of runs in the last inning. It was basically a leadoff walk, and then a couple of walks, and then a base hit by Jock Peterson. Had driven in 1 run, but a wild pitch and a pass ball that had advanced the runner, and that was able to put the runners into scoring position to do it. So now Corbin Burns back out as he delivers the first pitch ball to Brandon Belt. The count is 1-0. Belt is 0 for 1 today. He has struck out his first time up. He swings through a changeup, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. If it is a battle of these two, it's going to be the efficiency of the pitches. 52 pitches through 3 innings for Corbin Burns. The bat by Jonathan Davis really is going to take the sting out of Rodon. There's a fastball, take it for a called strike, and the count is 1-2. As I said, I really don't like the way that Caratini receives the ball. That pitch was a pitch on the inside corner, but he really jerked it across the plate. Not sure if that is long-term success. Don't really like the glove work that he has to offer. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. He works off a 1 knee. Squaring to bunt is Belt, and he gets it down with 2 strikes. There is nobody there, and it is going to be a base hit single as they had the shift on for Belt, but he's got to get himself a base hit. That's the 14th bunt hit this season by the Giants. That's the most in Major League Baseball. They have tied that with the Washington Nationals. He squares, he's able to get it down, and all Corbin Burns can do is whiplash his head, and that is what you do to beat the shift, and I don't know why more of that isn't being done. Some heads-up baseball by the Giants and Brandon Belt. That brings up Luis Gonzalez. Gonzalez steps up to the plate. He is 0 for 1 tonight. He's grounded to the shortstop his first time up. The first pitch from Burns is a ground ball. It comes right back to him. Over to second for 1. Back to first. That is going to be a double play of the 1-6-3 variety. That is going to erase Brandon Belt at second for 1 and Gonzalez back at first for the other. And that is going to bring up the third baseman, David Villar. So Villar comes to the plate tonight. He is 0 for 1. He struck out his first time up. His average has dropped back down to 250 on the season. So Burns, his defense has picked him up as he on the comebacker, and the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. The bunt into the shift by Brandon Belt, well done, and then the quick 1-6-3 double play to erase him right after that. So here comes the 0-1 offering. Burns delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Villar. As we mentioned, Villar, after you double check this, and we'll check it out in between innings, I'm pretty sure he was named to the Futures game. There's a fastball that is foul tipped into the middle of the catcher, and that's going to run the count to 1-2. Villar couldn't hold up. That pitch looked like it had a lot of backdoor run on it. Almost looked like a 2-seam fastball from Burns. So now here comes the 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. As Burns holds at the belt, and now he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball that just misses down, and the count is 2-2. Well, that's the glove work that I talk about. That's where the catcher, he gets underneath the ball, but he jerks it up. That pitch was definitely a strike, but you're taking it away from the umpire to make that decision. It's very hard when you're giving that kind of glove work. It's like catching a ball at your mask and yanking it down to your chest in the zone. You're not going to get that call. Caratini didn't there either. There's a fastball swung on it, is lifted into shallow center field. Backing up on it is the second baseman, Arias. He's going to make the catch, and that is going to do it as Villar is gone for the third out of the inning. So for the Giants in their half of the fourth inning, there was no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. We are now through 4 complete. It is the Brewers trailing the Giants 2-1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple minutes after this. We're glad you guys could be here with us tonight. Here is our friend Matt.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
And we appreciate you there, Matt Hollis, and your support of the channel. And in turn, we like to support Matt. Be sure after the game to go check him out. We'll be right back after this, everybody. Hang tight. We're glad you guys are with us. We appreciate y'all being here. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the top of the fifth inning, and Mike Brosu will lead it off. It'll be Hunter Renfroe and Victor Caratini to follow. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses down to Brosu, and the count is 1-0. For Brosu tonight, he is 1 for 2. He's got a single and a strikeout. And rocking into the motion is Rodon, who kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and missed. And the count now goes even to 1-1. Brosu was erased in a double play in the last time he came to the plate, as he led off the third inning with a single. Rodon has really struggled through his first 4 innings, but he's been able to battle his way out as the Giants have a 2-1 lead. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is 2-1. 7 Brewer runners left on base in the first 4 innings, as Rodon's pitch count was at 80 pitches through the first 4. And so now here comes the 2-1 offering to Brosu. As Rodon rocks into the motion and delivers, it's a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 3-1. Brosu was acquired from the Tampa Bay organization. He was originally a Oakland University Golden Grizz in Rochester, Michigan, where he played his college ball. He spent the first 3 years of his career with the Tampa Bay Rays. He's on pace to have probably career highs in most statistical categories this year. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Brosu was acquired for Evan Reifert, a minor leaguer. Went the other way in that deal. Here comes the 3-2 offering. As Rodon rocks into the motion and delivers, it's a breaking ball swung on and missed. Brosu has gone on strikes for the first out of the inning, as he is retired, and that's going to bring up the right fielder, Hunter Renfroe. For Renfroe on the evening, he's 0 for 1. He struck out his first time up. He's walked and stolen a base. His average has dipped to 241 on the season. So Renfroe stepping in. There's not too many Brewer fans in San Francisco, but there's quite a few empty seats, as we said, surprisingly for this one. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count is quickly 0-1 to Renfroe. When you have this type of pitching matchup, one would think that people are going to want to be in attendance for this. But a little bit disappointing that even on a Thursday night, they couldn't come out in droves to watch the battle of Burns and Rodon. There's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, and the count now goes to 0-2. Hunter Renfroe, in his first year in the Milwaukee Brewer organization, he had spent his previous years with the Boston Red Sox, Tampa Bay Rays, and the San Diego Padres. There's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, and Renfroe stood there like the house by the side of the road and watched it go by, and he is gone for out number 2. That's going to bring up Victor Caratini to the plate. It's the 7th strikeout that I've got in my books for the starter Rodon tonight. And now Caratini digs in, waiting on the offering from the lefty, and the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike. Count is 0-1. As we said, there's been times tonight that Rodon has been absolutely sensational, striking out the side after allowing 3 singles in the second. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is hit into center field for a base hit. And Caratini is aboard. I want to see that one again because to me it actually looked like it may have hit the glove of the catcher, Joey Bart. I thought we may have had catcher's interference there, the way that was the way he reacted. But regardless, it was a hit that went up the middle. I guess we're not going to see that one on replay. And Caratini is aboard with a 2-out single, and that is going to bring up Luis Urias to the plate. For Urias, he is 1 for 2 tonight. He's got a single, and he's flown out to center field. And here comes the offering from Rodon, who kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that just misses under the hands. The count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Urias. They do have the infield shifted over. The second baseman, Estrada, is still on the right field side of second base, but he's really close to being over top of the bag. Here's the pitch to Urias. It's a fastball that misses down and in. Count is now 2-0. And this is one of those situations where Rodon almost goes batter to batter, where he's really, really good, and then he gets, as he disposed of Hunter Renfroe quickly on 3 pitches. And now here we are facing Urias, and it's like he's lost command of his touch on the fastball. So here comes the 2-0 offering. As he kicks and delivers, it's a fastball that swung on and lifted foul down the right field line. And the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Urias. Rowdy Tellez is waiting on deck should he get an opportunity to come to bat here in the 5th. So there's 2 gone here with the right-handed hitting Urias waiting on the offering from Rodon. And now Rodon kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on, and this is lifted foul over on the first base side. It's going to reach the seats just past the first base dugout. It's going to run the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes, and the ball dude had to give some assistance here to the gentleman down the right field line, and what a nice job by that fan as he takes it over and hands it off to a young San Francisco Giant fan. That's a cool piece right there. I'll remember that for a long time. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here's the offering from Rodon. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded right through the 4-hole into right field. And Gonzalez fields that one. Stopping at second base is the runner, Caratini. Nice piece of hitting by Urias to go the other way, as they had the shift on as the second baseman, Estrada, was almost over the bag. Puts runners at first and second. That brings up Rowdy Tellez. One would have to think this probably is going to be the last batter that Rodon is going to see tonight, as the lefty Tellez is striding the plate. Now, mind you, the lefty Tellez tonight is 2 for 2. He's got 2 singles off of Rodon. So the runner at first is Urias. The runner at second is Caratini. There's 2 away, and here's the pitch. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Our friend in the living room said the Marines left somebody on last night. Yeah, it was a 2-1 ball game. He cited Masibu Lions. I didn't see as many players out. We were talking last night. For those of you who are listening in, we call a lot of the games in the Japanese League. Tomorrow night we'll be on for the first of a three-game set. It is a rarity as there will be Monday baseball in the Japanese League, so we'll be calling games on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evening North American time. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 0-2 to Tellez. We're talking last week, it was the Tokyo Yakult Swallows had almost about 20 players and staff that are out with, or were out with, COVID. The Saitama Cebu Lions now have, last time I looked, there was about 6 or 7 that were out. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is belted to deep left center field. Moving back on the warning track is Yastrzemski. He leaps up and makes the catch in front of the wall. And that is going to retire Tellez for the third out of the inning. Yeah, he sent it a long way, but not long enough. And that ball was cut by Yastrzemski. That's going to end the inning and probably most likely the night for Carlos Rodon. There was no runs in the inning. There were 2 hits, no errors, and 2 more Milwaukee Brewers left on base. That's 9 through the first 5 innings. We are now going to the bottom of the 5th inning. It is the Giants 2, the Brewers 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with just the call in a couple moments. Here is our friend Steve Rademacher once again, supporter of our channel. We like to support Steve.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Thanks for checking out Freddie and Last Raps Baseball. It's time to announce the winners of this month's mystery pack. Boom! Josh S., you're the winner. Congratulations. Enjoy the game, and remember to tell Steve Rademacher, take a haircut. Back to the game.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 6, 7, 8, and 9 hitters in the batting order coming up to face Corbin Burns, and that will be Mike Yastrzemski to lead it off here. He takes a first pitch breaking ball outside, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Yastrzemski. Burns back on the bump here. Only 62 pitches in his 4 innings of work. He's got a lot of life left in him. But Carlos Rodon is getting the fist pumps in the dugout as it looks like his day is over. There's a fastball taken for a called strike at the knees, and the count is now 1-1 to Yastrzemski. Yastrzemski walked and scored the first run of the ball game back in the 3rd inning. He also had a stolen base, and he had a beautiful catch to end that last half of the inning off of Rowdy Tellez. There was a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Yastrzemski. As we said, it looks like Rodon's day is done. He really had the battle. He had a 2-0 lead. In some ways, that's the amazing part, is that the Brewers had all the opportunities and the chances. And here comes the offering now from the right-hander Burns, who holds at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on and missed. And Yastrzemski is gone for out number 1 here in the 5th inning, and that's going to bring up the shortstop, Brandon Crawford. Our friend M comes in. He says, what do you think of prospect Louis Huggins? To be honest with you, that's not a name that has crossed my board. Can't really tell you a whole much about him. Here comes the offering here as Burns ready to face left-handed hitting Brandon Crawford. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Crawford today struck out in the 3rd inning, looking his first time and only time up. His average has slipped to 217 on the season. So it'll be Joey Bart to follow here after Brandon Crawford. As we said before, it is the bottom part of the order that really has got the 2 runs, but I would say that these are the ones that are going to have to beat you because none of the 3 hitters in the bottom part of the batting order are swinging the bat very well. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 1-1. I would say at this rate here, Burns has got a lot of life left in him. He probably could go into the 7th inning, maybe even more. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. There's a fastball swung on, and looks like it caught Caratini on the hand or somewhere. As he jumped to his feet in a big hurry. We're going to get that one on the replay. That pitch was fouled off. As it was fouled off, well, we can see why he jumped to his feet in a big hurry. That ended up getting him in the family jewels. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Brandon Crawford. So Crawford digs in, waiting on the offering from the righty Burns. He comes set at the belt and he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on and missed. And Crawford is retired on strikes for the 2nd time tonight. He is out for the 2nd out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the catcher, Joey Bart. Got that as the 7th strikeout, if my math is correct, for the right-hander Burns. He had 1 in the 1st. He had in the 2nd, he had a pair. He had a pair in the 5th and nothing there. So now he's got 7 on the evening. Starting to mount quickly for him. There's the first pitch breaking ball to Bart that misses down. The count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Bart on the season is batting .168. He walked in, scored a run his first time up. He was driven home by Jock Peterson. So here comes the 1-0 offering as Burns holds at the belt, and now he delivers. It's a fastball swung on, and this ball is belted down the left field line. It's fair. Playing it off the wall is the left fielder McCutcheon digging for 2. And here comes the throw, and it just gets by the second baseman, Arias. It was backed up there by the first baseman. That is going to be a 2-out double for Joey Bart. Ball was scorched right down the left field line. The third base umpire was right there. Brock Ballou hasn't had much to do tonight. He was able to just get himself out of the way. Ball hit on the white chalk, and some good athleticism by the third base umpire to avoid getting struck by the ball. It's going to be a double for Joey Bart. Well, wake up there, Brock. As we say, he's in the rocking chair position of the third base umpire. So here comes the offering to the top of the order, Lamont Wade Jr. It's a fastball that misses up and in. The count is 1-0. For Wade Jr. tonight, he is 0 for 2. He has struck out both of his times to the plate. So 1 ball and no strikes. And here comes the offering from Burns. He kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. It is popped up on the infield to the left side. Camping out underneath it is Brosu. He makes the catch. And that is going to do it here for the Giants in their half of the 5th inning. They got no runs in the inning. They did get a hit. There was no errors and 1 runner left the board. We are now through 5 complete. It is the San Francisco Giants 2, the Milwaukee Brewers 1. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments with the call. The top of the 6th inning when we return, and there will be a San Francisco pitching change. Here is our friend Steve again.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP Cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have Lira. We have Yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OP-Chi baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and your support of the channel. And in turn, we like to support Steve Rademacher. We'll be back in 30 after this. Hang tight, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. It is a 2-1 ball game as we move to the top of the 6th inning. And there is a pitching change for the Giants as they have gone to the bullpen. Their starter colors. It is John Berbia into the ball game. This is going to be his 42nd game of the season. Berbia is in, and it is going to be the right-hander taking over. He's 6'1", 200 pounds. This is his second season with the Giants. Broke in with the St. Louis Cardinals, where he had 3 seasons there from 17 to 19. He is league-leading 42nd appearance coming up here tonight. He's got 38 2/3 innings. He's allowed 33 hits, 12 runs, 10 earned. He's walked 12 and struck out 35. He's got an ERA of 2.33, and he's got 4 wins against 1 loss this year. So Berbia taking over. He's going to be facing Severino, Davis, and McCutchen here in the top of the 6th inning for the Brewers. And the first offering to Severino is a fastball swung on it, is lifted into center field, moving over to his left, and coming in on it is Yastrzemski, and he makes the catch for out number 1. So 1 up and 1 away, and that's going to bring up the center fielder, Jonathan Davis. For Davis, he had one of the highlights of the ball game, at least in my opinion. As his first at bat, he struck out in his first at bat, but the second at bat he walked. But he went 13 pitches against Carlos Rodon before drawing the walk. It was quite the battle from the Milwaukee center fielder. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Jonathan Davis. Davis batting from the right side, waggles the bat, and here comes the offering from Berbia. It's a fastball that is taken for a called strike, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Davis. Berbia rocks into the motion, and he delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is checked, swing foul down the first base line. There's some action for the ball dude. We haven't seen the ball dudes tonight in a lot of action, but able to chase that one down, and the count goes to 1-2 on Jonathan Davis. Davis waggling the bat, waiting on the offering from Berbia, who kicks and fires. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit, so Davis is aboard for the second time tonight. They're saying in the couple of innings before this, Davis is kind of been an instant rally killer for the Brewers this year. As soon as we said that, he's been proving us wrong with that marathon at bat the last time, and now a base hit single here in the 6th. It's going to turn the batting order over to the top, and Andrew McCutchen steps to the plate. For McCutchen, he is officially 1 for 2 tonight. He's got a single, a strikeout, and he knocked in a run, the only run of the game for the Brewers on a sac fly his last time up. And the first pitch from Berbia is a breaking ball swung on and missed. The count is 0-1. to McCutchen. McCutchen has turned out to be an invaluable signing for the Brewers. There was a lot of questions as to why the Brewers may have brought him in the offseason. They felt that there was a logjam in the outfield. There's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. They had Lorenzo Cain. They had Christian Yelich and Hunter Renfroe. Where was McCutchen going to fit in? Not to mention that there were some prospects that they may thought would have broke through, Cal Mitchell and others. So here comes the 1-1 offering, and now time is called as Brebbia has taken too much time. But McCutchen has come in and he's fit in nicely. He's hitting .258. He's not the player that he was. He was winning an MVP award a number of years ago, but he's a solid everyday player who can produce some numbers and contribute in many different ways. And here comes the pitch from Brebbia. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is now 1-2. Very interesting, herky-jerky delivery from this right-hander. Brebbia holds the ball a long time when he comes set, trying to freeze that runner at first base. Wade Jr. is kind of playing in front of him with a step or two away from the bag. There's a fastball swung on it. It's lined over the head of the second baseman. It's into center field. Digging for third and now holding on the brakes and stopping at second is Davis, as the throw from Yastrzemski would have been right on line. That's going to put runners at first and second on the base hit here by McCutchen, his second of the ball game. And that is going to bring up the shortstop, Willy Adames. The story in this one so far has been the Milwaukee Brewers' inability to knock in their runners. They've stranded 9 runners on base through the first 5 innings. They've been threatening in every inning pretty much except for the third. They've only got 1 run to show. So Adames steps in. He is 0 for 3 tonight. He's bounced into a fielder's choice. He's struck out and flown out. The first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Willy Adames. Brebbia has really had to work here a little bit. As here comes the offering now. He kicks and fires. It is a breaking ball swung on. This ball is hit into left field. It's going to get down. Jock Peterson fields it. He comes up throwing. Here's the throw to the plate, and it is not going to be in time, as Jonathan Davis is going to come around and score from second base on the base hit by Adames. And that is going to even the score here at 2-2. On that base knock there, it's an RBI for Adames. Peterson had come up throwing. It was a better throw than I anticipated, as Peterson's a left-handed thrower. He had to come to his right, field the ball. The ball took a few hops, and it was actually on time. Had Bart been able to catch the ball, we might have had an interesting play there, but he wasn't able to hang on to the ball as he applied the tag. And that is going to allow the Brewers to tie the ball game. They've got runners now at first and second, as McCutchen had to stop at second. On the throw from Peterson, it's going to bring Mike Brosu to the plate. There is action as Yarlin Garcia is up and throwing for the Giants. And out to the mound is Joey Bart to have a few words. Not only that, the umpire Bruce Druckman now has come out to break it up. That's going to allow the left-hander to get some more throws in here before he has to come into the ball game. And now we're going to have a pinch hitter for Brosu. So the chess match is starting to continue. It's going to be Jace Peterson. Peterson's hitting .252 with 8 homers and 30 runs batted in. So Brosu's day is done. Peterson coming up to bat here to face Brebbia with runners at first and second. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses up and away for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. So holding at the chest is the right-hander Brebbia. He delivers. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. They do have a normal sort of balanced side, but they've really got the third baseman VR off of the third base bag. I wonder if McCutchen could win a race over there to get there. There's a fastball that misses up. Count is 2-1. Could be a foot race to the base, and I wonder if McCutchen could win that. They've got VR almost into the 6 hole. McCutchen establishes his lead. He gets his lead off a second base. There's a fastball swung on. It's lifted into the seats. It's going to run the count to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mainly because the hitter, or I should say the hitter, the fielder at third is going to be focused on the hitter. He might get caught flat-footed, or at least not in the position where he can get to the base. McCutchen can get himself, or anticipate to get himself a good jump. Maybe a younger McCutchen would have been able to do it. So here comes the 2-2. There's a fastball swung on. It's going to be lifted into the seats over on the third base side again. And the count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Andrew McCutchen. Waggling the bat is Peterson, and here comes the offering from the right-hander Brebbia. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. And the count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The sun is going down in San Francisco. The lights are on. This is the point of the game where they really haven't taken full effect yet. But it is pretty close to that. The sky is probably going to be a challenge still for the fielders because it's just not dark enough for the lights to have full effect. Here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. The count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's a beautiful backdrop in San Francisco. Ever get a chance to get to Oracle Park? If you're sitting up in the right field upper deck, you can get a glimpse of the Golden Gate. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to second for 1. The throw is poor as Crawford had to reach back. Reaching safely at first base will be Peterson. That's going to go down as a fielder's choice. Andrew McCutchen is going to advance to third on the fielder's choice. Adames is going to be erased for out number 2. That's going to go down as 4-6. And that will bring up the right fielder, Hunter Renfroe, or at least it's scheduled to bring up Hunter Renfroe. The ball was a terrible feed by the second baseman. Almost pulled Crawford out the bag. A nice play by Crawford to have to reach into the outfield side at second base and just be able to get to the bag with his toe. So that would have been a double play probably for sure if the feed would have been decent. So here comes the first offering now to Hunter Renfroe. And Brebbia delivers a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Renfroe tonight is officially 0 for 2. He has struck out swinging and looking. He has also walked and stolen a base. His average has fallen to 240 on the campaign. And now here comes the offering from the right-handed Brebbia. They throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the runner, Peterson. Leaning in is the pitcher Brebbia, gets his sign from Bart. And here comes the 0-1 offering. He kicks and fires. It is a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to short. It is fielded by Crawford. He backhands it over to Estrada. It was not an easy play as the runner was getting down there in a hurry, but that is going to retire Renfroe on a fielder's choice. Actually, it's going to retire Peterson at second on a fielder's choice of 6-4, and he has gone for out number 3. So for the Brewers, in their half of the inning, there was 1 run on 3 hits. There was no errors, and again, 2 runners left the board. That's 11 now in the ball game. They've now knotted the score up at 2s. We are going to be heading to the bottom of the 6th inning. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back after this from our friend Steve.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Hey everybody, thanks for checking out the game and Last Raps Baseball. This is Dave's Zero Thought Sports Card. If you like pack openings, baseball, all that good stuff, check us out. Drop a comment on our channel this month to win a mystery pack of cards. All you gotta do is say Last Rap sent you to be entered. And we'll drop a video later on this month announcing the winner. Enjoy the game.
Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the batting order. It'll be Jock Peterson, Tyro Estrada, and Brandon Belt. They're going to be facing Corbin Burns, who is on to start his 6th inning of work. Burns had that one inning in the 3rd inning where he allowed a couple of walks to come back to bite him. But he has really pitched well tonight for the Brewers. He has held the Giants in check with only 3 hits, and the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. Burns has 74 pitches through his first 5 innings. We're saying he might be possibly, even if he's economical enough here, to be able to sniff the 7th. And here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Jock Peterson. Peterson tonight has one of the 3 Giants hits. He singled and drove in the 2nd run for the Giants in that 3rd inning. He's also grounded out to 2nd. So here comes the 1-1 pitch. And Burns delivers a breaking ball. It is swung on. It is popped up over on the right side, drifting over, and it is going to drift into the seats. It's going to hit the top of the Brewers dugout and bounce into the stands, and that's going to run the count now to 1-2 on Peterson. Peterson that was a really good throw in the last inning when they tried to hose the runner Jonathan Davis at the plate. The ball was, I'm not sure if it was in time or not, but it was certainly a play at the plate. The catcher, Bart, was unable to hang on to it and apply the tag. But that was a really good throw, as he had to move to his right to field it and almost had to throw across the grain. And there was a fastball swung on it as hit foul down the first baseline, and there's the first play of the night by the ball dude, flashing the leather down the right field line. And the count remains at 1-2 to Jock Peterson. The ball dude down the left field line has not seen any action tonight. We were watching the plays the other night that they were making, and the poor fella in right field, he was really struggling. There is a fastball swung on and missed. And Peterson is gone for the first out of the inning here. That is going to bring up Tyro Estrada. For Estrada tonight, he is 0 for 2. He has popped to short and lined out to right. He gets the nod at second base. The games we have seen the last week or so, the Giants, it has been Wilmer Flores holding down the spot at second base, but Estrada getting the nod tonight. Burns holding the ball at the belt. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that just misses down. The count is 1-0. That was 96 miles an hour. Burns has not skipped a beat tonight. He is really pitching well. So 1 ball and no strikes. Burns now kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball. Swung on. It is hit off the pitcher. fielded by the shortstop Adames. He throws to first, and they're able to get the batter Estrada. They're going to come out and check on Burns. Looked like I may have hit him in the calf or in the backside somewhere. But he's got a good smile on his face. I don't know if we're going to have to catch this, but here it comes right back. Ends up right back on the part below the calf and above the ankle, almost on the Achilles. That ball ricocheted over to the shortstop, so that's going to be a putout. 1-6-3 to retire Estrada. Estrada's probably talking to himself. He can't get any breaks at all. Nice play by Adames to get to the ball and to fire to first. Brings up Brandon Belt. So Belt today is 1 for 2. He had a bunt his last time up for a base hit. He takes a breaking ball low for ball one, and the count is 1-0. We'll get that replay on that again, just below the calf. And probably it may have, depending on if he's got a little higher cut shoe on, it might have got the top of the shoe on the backside. But he's very fortunate that he can laugh that one off. So Belt got the base hit on a 2-strike bunt his last time up, and he swings at a fastball, and he hits that down the first base line. The ball dude unable to come up with that one cleanly, and the count is now 1-1. So as we said, we've had a series of plays now for the ball dude late in the game here. As he passes a baseball off to a gentleman who hands it to a young fan. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Burns holds at the belt and delivers. It's a fastball that just misses down. The count now goes to 2-1. Our friend in the living room says, ball dude. The bunt hit leaders since 2017. Brandon Belt is actually 5th. There's 2 players in this game. Colton Wong is the leader. He's got 27 of them. There's a fastball that swung on and missed. The count is now 2-2. One would have to think that this is probably going to be Brandon Belt's, maybe his last year in the big leagues. There was talk about Belt and Crawford hanging it up after the 2022 season. And Crawford maybe should have hung it up at the end of last year. That was a fantastic season that he had. He's really fallen off this year. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It's grounded down the right field line. The ball dude is just going to watch that one go by. As Hunter Renfroe is going to pick that one up. So the count is 2-2 to Belt. Our friend in the living room says it's so hard to call a game. And sometimes it is. You got to have a lot of things to talk about. It is not easy. That is for sure. Our friend in the living room says, I hope you're looking forward to my call. It was funny and surprising. There's a fastball swung on. It's tapped back to the pitcher. Fielded neatly by Burns. He underhands it to first, and that is going to retire Brandon Belt on a ground out 1-3 for the 3rd out of the inning. And that is going to do it here for the Giants in their half of the 6th. There was no runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left the board. We are through 6. We are now going to the top of the 7th inning. It is the Brewers 2, the Giants 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the top of the 7th after this. We're glad you guys could be here with us tonight. Hang tight. Here is our friend Steve again.
Hello, kids. Steve coming at you. It's Steve Rademacher. And if you like interesting stuff, if you like to laugh a little bit, and if you enjoy collecting, this channel's for you. If you like non-sport cards, we have them. You like pseudo-sport cards, we open them. Even if you like entire boxes of completely pointless stuff or other sports, we have everything here. I drop a different video every day, and there's always a theme to it, from No Filter Friday to Saturday morning cartoons, even Sunday shoutouts. Once in a while, we'll get a little froggy and show Money Money Monday, where I showcase a bunch of my currency. We have Legos, we have Star Wars, we have a good time. We even have my brother on Takeover Tuesday. Be there or be square. Back to Freddy.
Appreciate you there, Steve. We'll be back after these musical tunes. We got a little Cherokee Shuffle to get you guys fired up. We'll be back with the top of the 7th in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Yarlin Garcia coming in to take over for Brebbia. His night is done after one inning. Garcia is working in his 30th game. He's got a 1-3 record. He's got a sparkling ERA of 1.97. It's 32 innings so far. He's allowed 10 walks and struck out 22. He is going to be here and entrusted to face Victor Caratini, Luis Arias, and Rowdy Tellez. Caratini, the switch hitter, is going to turn around and hit from the right side for the first time tonight. And he is 1 for 3 on the evening. He has singled, he's bounced into a double play, and he has flown out to right. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Our friend the living room says you have to get into a rhythm when you're doing it. Absolutely, and you have to kind of find your style. We have Craig Shaw who is listening in here. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed, and the count is 1-1 to Victor Caratini. We've got one of our young guys is listening as he's recovering from COVID. It's unfortunate. Here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed. The count is 1-2. Sorry to hear that. Obviously, one of our listeners over on the island of Vancouver Island. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Caratini. He is here leading off the inning against Yarlin Garcia. Garcia gets the sign from his catcher, Bart, and he's ready to work. He kicks and he delivers. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count now is 1-2 still to Victor Caratini. Caratini, as we said for a long time, was considered to be the personal catcher of Yu Darvish. He was the catcher for Darvish in Chicago, and then when Darvish got shipped over to the Padres, he went with them. But it looks like Darvish has been able to survive on his own without Caratini, and there's a breaking ball swung on it. Is tapped slowly back to the pitcher. Garcia fields it. He fires to first, and that's going to retire Caratini on a ground out 1-3 for the first out of the inning, and that will bring up the second baseman, Luis Arias. Arias is 2 for 3 on the evening. He's got a couple of singles, and he's also flown out to center field. He's raised his season average to 229. He got the nod at second base tonight. I'm sure we're going to see some movement or some defensive movement for the Milwaukee Brewers as they start to go to their bench. And here comes the first pitch. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Arias. Peterson has, when he came into the game, did replace Brosu at third. Pretty much a straight-up swap. There's a changeup that swung on and missed, and now the count goes to 0-2 on Arias. A lot of the players in this Milwaukee order, or in this Milwaukee ball club, have been built on trades or free agent signings. There's not a lot of homegrown players, at least on the offensive side, in the lineup for Milwaukee. And here comes the 0-2 pitch as Garcia kicks and delivers. That is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-2. You look at the lineup, Arias here, he came over from San Diego. Tellez was acquired from the Blue Jays. Severino, a free agent acquisition from the Orioles. Jonathan Davis picked up off the scrap heap from the Yankees. McCutchen came over as a free agent after time with the Phillies. Adames in a trade. Brosu, who started the game tonight, was a trade acquisition. There's a changeup that is swung on and missed, and Arias is gone on strikes for the second out of the inning. And as we said before, Hunter Renfroe and Caratini all acquired in trade. So when you look at the Brewers, not a lot of homegrown guys on the offensive side. Even when you have to go to their bench and you look at some of the bench players for the Brew Crew, Narvaez, he was acquired from the Mariners, at least as a free agent signing. Colton Wong, of course, was a Cardinal, and Christian Yelich was a Marlin. So there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So if you're a positional player in Milwaukee and you get drafted by the Brewers, likelihood of you getting to the big club isn't very good. Either they're not developing their players or they're using them as trade pieces to bring in guys in trades. So 1 ball and no strikes it is to Tellez. Here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. Tellez is 2 for 3 tonight. He's got a couple of singles. He scored a run. He also flew out to the deepest part of the ballpark in center field his last time up. It was a really nice play by Mike Yastrzemski to haul that one in to end the 5th inning. And here's the offering from Garcia. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Our friend of the living room chiming in with his comments. Of course, Craig Shaw says the same. So 2 balls and 1 strike. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded over to the right side. It is fielded by the second baseman, Estrada, who gets up and he throws to first. And that is going to do it here for the Brewers in their half. So for the Brewers in their half of the inning, there was no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're now moving to the bottom half of the 7th inning. It is all knotted up at 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments. Here's another message from our friend Steve again, Steve Rademacher. Be sure to check him out after the game.
Hello, guys. Steve Rademacher coming at you. I'm having my 500 subscriber giveaway if we get there by the end of this year. That's my name and my channel, Steve Rademacher. All you have to do is be publicly subscribed, and then you can enter to win once we hit the magic number. Either an unopened, still sealed box of Star Trek official trading cards, Next Generation and Original Series. If that's not your cup of tea, we have Fleer Adrenaline with a Deer Dick rookie card. I have pulled out an autograph from one of these, and there are relics. If that's not your thing, how about an unopened box of 1987 Donruss Baseball? Just come watch me, subscribe, and enjoy the show. Thank you.
Appreciate you there, Steve. We'll be back in just a moment with the call at the bottom of the 7th inning. Be sure to check out Steve Rademacher's channel when you get a chance. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It is Corbin Burns back out for his 7th inning of work, and the first pitch he delivers to the left-handed hitting Luis Gonzalez is a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. It's Gonzalez, VR, and Yastrzemski here in the 7th inning. Gonzalez is 0 for 2 tonight. He's grounded to short, and he's bounced into a double play. As Burns is now going to begin his 7th inning of work. There is a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 2-0. Corbin Burns, 87 pitches through the first 6 innings. One would have to think this will be his last inning of work. So 2 balls and no strikes to Gonzalez. The Brewers are going to have to find a way to cash in some runs. There's a fastball swung on and is lifted into left field. Underneath it is McCutcheon. He's going to put that one away for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that's going to bring up David VR. The living room says, what ball are we talking about? Well, baseball would be the key thing. Of course, blitzball is the other thing. So VR steps up to the plate. More football would also probably come in handy, as that part of the country has produced a lot of National Football Leaguers after the last 20, 25 years compared to the rest of the country. And here comes the first pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It is lifted foul down the right field line. The count is 0-1 to VR. VR is 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out and popped to second. I did do the research because I said I could have sworn that VR was named to the Futures game next week. And he was, but he's been replaced because of his call-up to the big leagues. So VR has been replaced in the Futures League lineup. Not sure who the replacement was. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 1-1 now. So 1 ball and 1 strike. The representatives for the Giants in that Futures game was to be Kyle Harrison, as well as David VR. The representatives for the Brewers were Jackson Chourio and Joey Weimer and Antoine Kelly. There's a fastball that misses upstairs. The count is now 2-1. Dominic Leone is up and throwing in the Giants bullpen. Leone was a former Mariner and Blue Jay, amongst others, but he seemed to have found his niche in San Francisco. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to VR. Our friend in the living room says, make sure you give this Craig guy the business. I don't like his jib. Well, the thing is that he is a pretty knowledgeable guy, and it's not his fault that he comes from Ladysmith, BC. There's a fastball that swung on and fouled away. And not everybody can say that they once upon a time knew the very famous Pam Anderson, but being from Ladysmith, that would put Craig in that mix. So here comes the 2 offering now to David VR. As Burns holds set at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. You always get all kinds of semi-stars that are in the chat room. Living room says it could have been him. Actually, it was him. That's the thing. Here comes the pitch. 3-2. It is a fastball swung on and missed. That is going to retire VR for the second out of the inning. That is going to bring up the center fielder, Mike Yastrzemski. So for Yastrzemski, he is 0 for 1. He has struck out his last time up. He walked, stole the base, and scored a run back in the 3rd inning. Scored the first run of the ball game for the Giants. We've got to be looking at some of those out-of-town scores. The Seattle Mariners won their 11th straight game as they were able to come back and beat the Texas Rangers tonight. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Our friend in the living room says he'd like to hear from a forensic accountant on that one. He's calling out Craig Shaw. Well, if you've been over to the island and you've been to Ladysmith, you know what that's all about. It used to be a tough town once upon a time. Here comes the 0-1 offering to Yastrzemski. There is a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Just a couple of programming reminders. We're going to be back on the airwaves again tomorrow for the Japanese game between the Oryx Buffaloes and the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. It'll be the first of a 3-game set. We'll stay with them each night. And just check your start times on those. I believe it's 10 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Pacific, and 10 o'clock Pacific. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 1-2. The game that is in doubt is the Saturday game, North American time. As we said, it's a rare Monday game in the Japanese League, as there are games going to be going on in the Pacific League on Monday. So here comes the 1-2 to Yastrzemski. And he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded over to first. Fielded by Tellez. He flips it over to Burns covering. And that is going to do it for the third out of the inning. It's going to go down as a ground out 3-1. That might be the end of the night for Burns. We're going to have to wait and see. He does have a few pitches left in that bullets left in the gun. There was no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board here in the seventh inning. We are now through 7 complete. It is the Brewers 2, the Giants 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back in just a few moments. We appreciate you guys from being here. And for those who listen on delay, we appreciate you guys too. We've got a lot of those folks lately as well. Here's our friend Matt.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Let's go. Yo, I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never been.
Welcome back, everybody. It is another call to the bullpen as Dominic Leone is coming in. Another pitching change here for the Giants as the pitching parade is continuing for San Francisco. Leone is appearing in his 34th game. He's got 3 wins against 1 loss. He's got an ERA at 3.52. He's worked 30 2/3 innings, walking 12 and striking out 33. And he is on here in the 8th inning to face Pedro Severino, Jonathan Davis, and Andrew McCutchen, but we are going to have a pinch hitter as Colton Wong has now stepped in for Severino. So Wong is in, Severino is done. And the first pitch to Colton Wong is delivered. It is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So Colton Wong is here and aboard. Our friend in the living room says you can see how people would want to come into last night's game, of course, with Shohei Ohtani. Yeah, and ironically, that one wasn't as well listened as the Braves-Nationals game that we did on the weekend. A lot of people had come back in to listen to that. There was a fastball swung on and fouled away. And the count now is quickly 0-2 to Colton Wong. But that is bizarre sometimes. Sometimes we'll get only maybe 3 or 4 innings or 3 or 4 people listening through the night in one of the games, and then they come back the next day and we'll get 3 or 4 people listen to the whole thing in its entirety. It's kind of cool. So no balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the offering to Wong. It is a breaking ball swung on. This ball is belted into deep right center field. Racing back and looking up is the right fielder Gonzalez. He makes the catch on the warning track as he braces himself up against the wall. Colton Wong sent it a long way, but he sent it to the deepest part of the ballpark. That ball was retrieved by the right fielder Gonzalez for the first out of the inning. And that's 1 up and 1 away, and that'll bring up the center fielder, Jonathan Davis. Really nice over-the-shoulder catch by Gonzalez to haul that one in. If Joe Adell is watching these games, he probably will take a few notes. We called that game last night between the Angels and the who are the Angels playing last night? Can't remember now. That 7-1 ball game. We were laughing about it because Joe Adell had taken some nasty Z routes to balls. There's a fastball that's taken for a called strike to Jonathan Davis, and the count is 0-1. Davis has had himself a nice game tonight. He is 1 for 2, and he is also walked. He scored the run in the 6th inning to tie the ball game for the Brewers. And here comes the offering now. It is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 0-2. Yeah, our friend of the living room says the Astros. Yeah, it was Christian Javier who was throwing last night. Craig Shaw said a graduate of the University of Hawaii is used to cut down trees to develop a level swing and improve strength. Colton Wong. I think it was Shane Victorino was the flying Hawaiian. They used to refer to him kind of as, much similar to the player for the San Francisco Giants, Troy Polamalu. As a breaking ball misses down, and the count is 1-2. Christian Javier last night was also impressive. He struck out of the 13 outs that Javier had retired last night in the ball game in 4 1/3 innings of work. 12 of them were by strikeout. Only one ball that was recorded as an out that was put in play was a fly ball to center field. As a fastball swung on, is grounded into the 6 hole. They're going to have to hurry across the diamond. A play by Crawford. It is picked out of the dirt by Lamont Wade Jr., but it is not in time. The first base umpire, Gabe Morales, says he was safe. We're going to get a look at that on the replay, and I think this one might be, I think the Giants are going to have a look at this one. As we get the one angle, we're going to see here, and they may have themselves a case. If it isn't going to be a safe call, I have to say it's probably going to be because of the ball that bounced in the dirt. It was a good pick by Lamont Wade Jr., but that might be the difference. They are going to review this one, and we are going to have to hold tight here for a moment, as they are going to be looking at it again. I think this one's going to be overturned. Really nice play by the first baseman, Lamont Wade Jr., to be able to pick it out. But we are waiting on the replay here. They're going to be looking at it. Who knows what they're going to see in New York? Maybe they'll get a different angle than what we get. But the angle that I see, that is definitely going to be an out. And here we go. They're coming back to us. That was a pretty quick decision. And the umpire is going to rule it out, and that's what it is. It's going to go down as a ground out 6-3. A nice play by Brandon Crawford to go deep into the 6 hole to have to make the play. Jonathan Davis really runs well, gets down the line. That was a good pick over there by the first baseman, Lamont Wade Jr. You got to reward good defense. When stuff like that happens, Jonathan Davis obviously not happy as he walks back in the dugout. That is going to bring up the top of the order, Andrew McCutchen, with 2 gone. So here comes the first offering from Leon. It's a breaking ball that misses down. They appeal down to the first base umpire, and they say McCutchen didn't go, and that's ball 1. McCutchen tonight is 2 for 3. He has 2 singles. He also drove in a run with a sacrifice fly, and he has struck out. He's raised his season average to 260. The former MVP waiting on the right side from the right-handed throwing Dominic Leone. There's a breaking ball that just misses down, and the count now goes to 2-0. You kind of got a feel for Jonathan Davis, though, in that play that he didn't quite get there. You know, that's, you get 2 or 3 of those plays in a year, it just chips away at your batting average, and he's a guy who needs all the hits he can get. Especially after we were tossing him under the bus earlier in this one. Here comes the 2-0 offering now to McCutchen. And Leone kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. It is pop foul. It's going to reach the seats behind home plate. The count is 2-1. This game is going to be considered lost opportunity for the Brewers if they don't win this one. 11 runners left on base through the first 6 innings. They just couldn't quite get that 1 or 2 clutch hits to turn the table here. So 2 balls and 1 strike to McCutchen. Leone holds at the chest. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball that catches the outside corner for a called strike. Home plate umpire Bruce Treckman was slow to go up with the right hand. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to McCutchen. The right-hander Leone ready to go back at it again here. So leaning in and getting the sign from the catcher is Leone. Here comes the 2-2 offering. Now he kicks and fires. It is a breaking ball that just catches the outside corner. Treckman really slow and going up at the right hand, but he pulls the chain on that, and McCutchen is gone for the 3rd out of the inning. That is going to do it here for the Brew Crew in their half of the 8th. There was no runs, there were no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're moving to the bottom of the 8th inning. It is the Giants 2, the Brewers 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in a couple with the call after this. We're glad you guys could be in here with us. Here is our friend Steve Rademacher once again.
Domo arigato. Sorry if I mispronounced that. I'm new at this. Thank you for watching Last Raps Baseball. Tell all your friends and family to come check him out, ask some questions during the telecast, and give him a good sub and a thumbs up. And this is Steve coming back at you, and some new things on my channel. Star Wars figures that everybody likes. We have Mad magazines from the 1970s. We try to avoid the Noid. And for your pleasure, once in a while, we can open up Michael Jackson if you want, the cards. We have Elvis. We have Sadahar O. We love everything that is everything, so we even have the Beatles fighting with lightsabers. Look at that, John and George. Once in a while, we'll even have my brother take over my channel on a Tuesday. So once again, everybody tell your friends, come see Freddie at Last Raps Baseball. And right now, I'm going to kick it right back to you, Freddie.
Thanks again, Steve. We appreciate you and your support of the channel. We're moving to the bottom of the 8th inning, where it's going to be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in the batting order coming up for the Giants. It'll be Brandon Crawford, Joey Bart, and Lamont Wade Jr. And we're going to take a look to see if the night is going to be over for the right-hander Corbin Burns. But we have Crawford stepping up to the plate. Burns, of course, himself quite the evening, but nope, they're going to stay with him. Burns has been very efficient. He's at 101 pitches right now. And here's the first pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It is lifted into shallow left field. Coming hard is McCutchen, and it's going to drop in for a base hit. Brandon Crawford's going to get himself a leadoff single. That was a bleeder into left field. That is going to bring up the catcher, Joey Bart. There is a left-hander up in the bullpen. It's Hobie Milner who is throwing. The sidewinder is getting himself hot. We do have Wilmer Flores, who has come into the on-deck circle. We'll see if he is going to hit for Joey Bart or if Bart's going to hit for himself. It is going to be Wilmer Flores. So Flores is coming in for Bart. You know that that's going to be a change behind the plate. So Flores is batting .254 on the season. He had a home run yesterday in yesterday's ball game against Jeff Mantiply. He's got 13 on the year. He's got 50 runs batted in. So the runner at first is Crawford. We'll keep our eye on Flores if he's going to square to bunt, and there's nothing that shows that. And there's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. They do have a shift on here for Flores. Although Arias is just to the right of second base, they are giving him a huge hole on the right side. So here comes the 1-0 offering. And it is a fastball that misses inside, and the count is now 2-0. Wilmer Flores has the most pinch hits by active players since 2015. Ironically, Brandon Belt and Darren Ruff are also on that list. They're in the 3 of the top 4. The only other one, surprisingly, is Justin Turner. So Flores doesn't hit off the bench very often. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 3-0. So Lamont Wade Jr. is waiting his turn on deck. You got to figure that it is going to be Hobie Milner coming up to face him. So 3 balls and no strikes. The crowd is now a little bit more active in San Francisco as they're cheering on their star hitter Flores. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 3-1. 106 pitches now for the right-hander Burns. I would have thought at the end of the last half inning they would have probably let him go. I know they had the left-hander up and throwing. Crawford is a lefty. I have to ask Craig Counsell what his decision was on that after the game. There's a fastball that is taken for a called strike, and now the count runs back to 3-2. I know Burns is the ace of the staff, but north of 100 pitches at this time, maybe, especially on a cool evening. It's not like you've got a 94-degree day when you got the sweat pouring off you, the muscles are loose. Here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed. And Burns is able to retire Wilmer Flores for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up Lamont Wade Jr. And one would expect maybe we'll see Craig Counsell come out of the dugout here. So that is the 19th game that Burns has struck out double digits or more. But they're staying with him here. So the top of the order, Lamont Wade Jr. steps to the plate. He is 0 for 3 tonight. He's struck out twice and popped the third. It was the 10th strikeout of the evening for Corbin Burns. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball that misses upstairs. Count is 1-0. You can tell that he's falling behind a little bit here in the count. He's getting a little bit tired. He's not finishing his pitches. They're staying up in the zone a little bit. That's why I'm still a little bit curious, although I have to say I haven't seen how the Brewers have managed their bullpen over the last couple of nights. I know Josh Hader did take a loss yesterday. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-0. So the availability of some of their pitchers might be why Burns is hanging in here for his 8th inning of work. So he's behind in the count 2-0. There is time called as Caratini and Willie Adames have come in to have a few words with their right-hander. He's right near the end of his rope, that's for sure. As we wait on the conference to be broken up, we'll peek at the out-of-town scoreboard. The Cleveland Guardians shut out the Detroit Tigers today 4-0. Tristan McKenzie got his 7th win of the year against 6 defeats. Rodriguez took the loss for the Tigers. He drops to 0-3, but he did lower his ERA down to 10.04 on the season. The Marlins knocked off the Pirates in extra innings at 11. It was Blyer getting the win. Crow took the loss. Final was 3-2 Marlins. Here's the pitch from Burns. It is a fastball swung on. It is fouled away, and it is fouled off the catcher Caratini. He's going to need a moment here, as that is going to run the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. I'll have to get the replay on that. Earlier, Caratini took one in the family jewels. This time here, it fouled off, and it hit him in the throwing hand. So he had his throwing hand not quite fully behind his right leg. He's going to need a moment here because that is going to be a stinger. Dreckman is talking to him, the home plate umpire, but he says he's ready to go. That is tough, that's for sure. Going to see if he's going to be able to manage here. He's still blowing on his hand, and he's certainly with the cooler San Francisco weather, he's going to have to deal with that. And that'll teach you to get your hand behind your leg in a hurry. Other final scores from around the league. The Rockies knocked off the Padres 8-5 tonight. Chacin got his 4th win. Krismat took the loss in relief, and it was Estevez picking up his first save. Braves beat the Nationals 5-4. Wright got his 11th win for the Nats. Anibal Sanchez took the loss. Kenley Jansen got his 21st save. And here we go back to the live action. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Lamont Wade. It is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 2-2. 112 pitches now for the right-hander Burns. Craig Shaw is providing the Seagull report in San Francisco. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on it. His line foul down the right field line. That would have been trouble. That stayed fair. The count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Other scores from around the league as we continue our tour around Major League Baseball. It was the Cincinnati Reds knocking off the Yankees 7-6. They turned the table on the Yankees, as that was the score in yesterday's game. That was a final in 10 innings. There's a fastball that misses outside. The count now goes to 3-2 on Lamont Wade Jr. Gotta like it. 114 pitches now for Corbin Burns. Might as well leave him out there now. Why not? It was Reavers San Martin who got the win. He's 3-4. Lutke took the loss. Moretta got the save. The Reds win that 7-6 in extras. So here comes the 3-2 offering from Burns, and instead he throws over to first, and diving back in time is the base runner Crawford. Kansas City Royals are without 10 players who are put on the restricted list because of COVID. Well, they waltzed into Toronto with their AAA club, it seems like, and beat the Blue Jays 3-1 today. Not only did they beat them, they pounded out 12 hits against Kevin Gausman. Zerpa got his 2nd win of the year. There's a fastball that misses down. That is ball 4. And Lamont Wade Jr. has drawn himself a walk. And Craig Counsell is going to be making the slow walk out of the Milwaukee dugout. And the night is going to be over for Corbin Burns, as he has thrown looks like his last pitch. It's a career high, ties his career high of 115 pitches. And Counsell is on his way to the mound. He's going to take the ball from his right-hander. It is going to be the lefty Hobie Milner coming in to face Jock Peterson. And that is where we have a pitching change. We'll stick around here for a little bit. We'll go through the rest of the out-of-town scores. The Tampa Bay Rays knocked off the Red Sox today 5-4. It was Romero getting the win. Schreiber took the loss. Beeks got the save for the Rays. The Dodgers shut out the Cardinals 4-0. Anderson unbelievably gets his 10th win of the year. He's 10-1. Dakota Hudson took the loss. He's 6-6. The White Sox knocked off the Twins 12-2 in Minnesota. Johnny Cueto got his 4th win of the year. His ERA is a pretty solid 2.80. Sonny Gray took the loss. 12-2 White Sox won that one. The Mets went into Wrigley Field and put a goose egg up on the Cubs. 8-0 for the Mets. Carrasco got his 10th win of the year for the Mets. It was Thompson taking the loss for the Cubs. Williams got the save. The other 2 finals, the Mariners knocked off the Rangers in come-from-behind fashion. They scored 2 in the 7th and 3 in the 8th to win 6-5. Festa got the win for the Mariners. Santana took the loss for the Rangers. Castillo got his save. The other game, what we saw last night, the Astros beat the Angels 3-2. Presley got the win in relief. He's 3-2. Luke took the loss. That was in 10 innings. Those are your updates on the out-of-town scoreboard. We're still here in the bottom half of the 8th inning, as we have a pitching change here. The Brewers have gone to the bullpen. There's 2 on, and there is 1 away as Hobie Milner is coming into the game. That is who you're anticipating to see because he was the one who was heating up. That's exactly who it is. It is a side-winding left-hander coming into the ball to face Jock Peterson. So he will be on to face at least 3 in the inning unless he can get out of it. So Milner was drafted from the University of Texas by the Philadelphia Phillies in the 7th round of the 2012 draft. He has bounced around over the last few years, but this is his 2nd year with the Brewers. He's really pretty much having a career year. He has 3-1 on the season. He's got a 34 innings pitched, allowed 28 hits, 10 runs, 8 earned. He's walked at 9 and struck out 30. So Milner on in relief here. And now it is going to be the end of the night for Jock Peterson as they are going to use Austin Slater to pinch hit for him. So Slater is coming into the ball game. He's hitting .281 on the season with 5 homers and 22 RBIs. And now time has been called as the home plate umpire Bruce Dreckman has stepped out. So Slater into pinch hit. And Milner holds at the belt. He checks the runner Crawford at second. He kicks and delivers. The first pitch is a fastball swung on and missed. The count is 0-1 to Austin Slater. The Giants, since 2020, lead all of Major League Baseball with the most pinch hit home runs with 25. Nobody else is even close. Here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses on the outside corner, and the count is 1-1. Living Room says pinch hit for Jock Peterson. Is he hurt? They did this the other night or the other game that we saw when the Diamondbacks were playing. When the left-handed pitcher came in late in the game, Jock's night was done. And here's the pitch to Slater. It's a fastball that is called strike. Boy, oh boy, Austin Slater didn't look and say a word, but that pitch looked like it was down and away. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Slater. And here comes the pitch. It is a changeup swung on, is grounded slowly over to third, and it is fielded by the third baseman, Peterson. He reaches back and tags the runner, Crawford. Why Crawford didn't slide, I don't know. And maybe Crawford doesn't know either. And he is tagged out on a fielder's choice. The ball was chopped just in front of the bag. The third baseman, Peterson, had it. If Crawford slides, there's a chance he may have been safe or at least been able to avoid the tag. That is a veteran making a rookie mistake over at third base. He is retired for the 2nd out of the inning. It's a fielder's choice to 5. He's gone for out number 2. It's going to advance Wade Jr. to second. And now we've got the hitter, Thairo Estrada, stepping up, and he takes a first pitch for a strike for 0-1. I like Brandon Crawford a lot, but that was sure a boneheaded play right there by the veteran shortstop. So Estrada steps up to the plate. As we said, it's now 0-1 to him. And here's the pitch from Milner. It's a changeup that misses down and away, and the count is 1-1. Nothing but good things to say about Brandon Crawford. I've seen a lot of games that he's played in. I can't say too many negative things, but that had to be one of the dumber plays he's made in his career. So here comes the 1-1 pitch. It is a fastball swung on its rounded foul down the left field line. And the count is now 1-2. Probably the San Francisco fans in the house listening to that were probably bailing or unsubscribing from the channel. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is here to our fella here. We've got Scott Roeder back in the house. Appreciate you here. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. And it's a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-2. We thank you for stopping in as always and for listening. We got ourselves a good ball game here. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Estrada. The runner at second is Wade Jr. The runner at first is Austin Slater. There's 2 gone here, and here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It is driven down the right field line, but it's going to get into the netting foul. And the count remains at 2-2. I remember Scott was at the Indian Casino near Yosemite. They blocked out the Giants game. He jumped into our stream and we were given the call the other night. We appreciate you for coming back. Scott says that Crow's a little on the old side, unfortunately. Our friend Sean Kotzman says, yeah, you're right to critique Crawford. You know, Crawford had an outstanding year last year. And in fact, at one point, I would have thought he was the MVP. He ended up finishing 4th in the balloting. There's a fastball that misses in, but time is called as it looks like it's hit Estrada in the back foot. And Estrada is going to load the bases. He's down on his back in pain. So Estrada is going to be going to first. The runner going to second is Slater. It's going to be Wade at third, and it's going to bring up Brandon Belt. And as Sean says, yeah, he's having a rough year defensively this year too, but although he had an outstanding play a couple innings before to go backhand to hose Jonathan Davis at first base. Fantastic play. He still has some ability left. There's no doubt about it, but the best years of his career are in the rearview mirror. It'll be interesting to see how the Giants really transition out of this. With Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford, of course, Buster Posey finished off last year. How are they going to be able to retool? The Giants definitely have had some players that have been rocks to the franchise for the last 12, 13, 14 years. How they replace those guys will be interesting to see long term. Joey Bart, Patrick Bailey, the catchers. Bart sure hasn't given them the offense that they thought they were going to get with the number 2 overall pick in the draft. Defensively, he's been pretty good. I compared him earlier to a Mike Zunino in some ways, with Zunino being the Seattle Mariner. Was a top choice of them. A lot of power. Good glove, but no batting average. So we're still waiting on the runner Estrada to get to first base as he is slowly making his way down the line. The trainer is out and talking to him. I have a conference on the mound as the pitching coaches come out to talk to Milner. So Estrada gingerly walks to first base. He's going to try to run down the right field line. See if he can stay in this ball game. So Brandon Belt comes to the plate with the bases loaded. Our friend Sean Kotzman says Luciano is the top prospect for short currently. He figures they may see him late in the year or even early next year if the last year of Crawford's contract. Darren Ruff is going to pinch hit here for Brandon Belt. So Ruff is coming in. He's hitting .226. He's got 7 homers and 30 RBIs as we're ready to get back onto this one. And here comes the first offering. It is a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. There's nowhere to put the big pinch hitter as the bases are full of Giants. They also had a couple other players. I believe Helio Ramos is another player that's in the Giants organization that's thought of as a top prospect. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count's now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strike. So 2 balls and no strikes, and here comes the offering from Milner. It's a fastball that's taken at the knees for a called strike. The count now goes to 2-1 on Ruff. I think they had a pitcher. I don't know if he's been up or not yet with the Giants, is Jelly. I think he was up a little bit this year too. There was talk about him being a prospect. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 3-1. Sean says Helio was up earlier this season and looked pretty good. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Nowhere to put the batter here. Yeah, Jelly is supposed to be a big fella. He's like 6'9" or something. He's really tall. Yeah, 6'11", as Sean puts it there. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted to deep right field. It's trouble. Moving back on the warning track is the right fielder, Renfroe, but he's going to haul it in. He definitely gave it a ride to Darren Ruff, but that is going to retire a side for the third out of the inning. They strand the bases loaded to the Giants in their half of the eighth. There was no runs. There was a hit. There were no errors, and 3 left aboard. We are now through 8 complete. It is the San Francisco Giants 2, the Milwaukee Brewers 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the 9th inning when we return. Thanks for stopping in tonight, everybody. We appreciate you all being here. Here is our friend Steve again.
Hey, guys, and thank you, Freddie. Steve coming back at you. That's right, Steve Rademacher. I would like to thank each and every one of you that is tuned into my channel. And today, let's do a little shout out for some other great channels you should be watching. There is WVogs 18. There's Big D's Sports and Collectibles. You all know another Hollis build. Why not Like Father, Like Son? That's a great duo that does some great stuff. It shows some great cards. And of course, the one and only Bud Stoney, creators of One of Ones. The creator of One of Ones, and they're all signed on the back. Bud Stoney, One of One, like this beautiful Robin Yount that he made for me. He made me another Robin Yount, this time mini, and a Christian Yelich mini. Great cards, and he does more than cards. We have darts of Hulk Hogan and many other things. So give them a look-see and give me another look-see. Subscribers are always welcome, and back to Freddie.
Appreciate you there, Steve. We'll be back in 30 seconds with the call. The top of the 9th inning after this. Hang tight, everybody. We're glad you're with us. Welcome back, everybody. We have a pitching change as Camilo Doval is coming into the game. He is going to be the 4th pitcher used tonight. Check that, the 5th pitcher used tonight by the Francisco Giants after Carlos Rodon had left the ball game. He's working in his 39th game of the season. He's got a 3-4 record. He's got an ERA of 3.19. Duvall has worked 36 2/3 innings. He's allowed 30 hits, 17 runs, 13 earned. He's walked 16, but struck out an impressive 45. And so he's going to be facing the 2-3 4 hitters in the Brewers lineup as Willy Adames steps in. Adames is 1 for 4 on the evening. He had singled his last time up. And here comes the first pitch from Duvall. It's a breaking ball that misses up and in, and the count is 1-0. Changes defensively. Wins is now in behind the plate. Yastrzemski's moved to right. Slater is in center, and Gonzalez is in left. As the Giants are moving their bodies around a little bit, there's a fastball that swung on. It's lifted foul, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. We were talking a little bit about the prospects that are close to being on the way for the Giants. Of others include a pitcher, Kyle Harrison, who is down in Double-A right now. I figure he's got a chance to be up for next year. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball that's taken on the outside corner for called strike, and the count is 1-2. Also an outfielder in Luis Matos. He's in high A right now, and they expect that he could be on his way to the Giants in 2023, as well as another pitcher, Will Bednar. So they got some young arms, the top 4 prospects in the organization, all to be 2023 expected arrival. There's a fastball, take it for a called 3rd strike. Adames stood there like the house by the side of the road and watched it go by for out number 1, and he is retired here in the 9th inning. He didn't like the call, but I got to tell you, Bruce Druckmann was probably doing some home cooking. That last pitch from Duvall was at 99 miles an hour. Looked like it caught the outside corner. In some fairness to Adames, it really hasn't been the pitch that Druckmann's been calling all night for either team. But he has gone for out number one. That brings up Jace Peterson. And the first pitch to Peterson is a changeup that misses outside. The count is 1-0. Peterson, who came on to pinch hit back in the sixth inning for Mike Brosu, bounced into a fielder's choice his first time up. He is 0 for 1 tonight. And here comes the offering from Duvall. It is a fastball that misses down. The count is now 2-0. Continuing on with that list, they got another outfielder, Jairo Pomares, another guy in high A who they expect could be in the big leagues by next year. On top of that, you got Patrick Bailey, the catcher, although Bailey has had a rough year. There's a fastball swung on it, is grounded over to second. It is fielded neatly by Estrada. He throws to first. It's going to retire Peterson on a ground out 4-3 for the second out of the inning, and that's going to bring up the right fielder Hunter Renfroe. Our friend Quaff is in here as well. We thank you for coming in. Sean says, I'm glad I found your channel. We do the NPB games as well. We do. So hopefully you can jump back in if we missed you earlier. Quaffs is listening in. As we said. Our friend the living room says he needs some Hulk Hogan darts. Absolutely. And then we've got our Korean guy who's in here dropping his Korean things in there. Our friend in the living room will do the translations because who knows what's being said there. So no balls and one strike as that first pitch is a breaking ball that drops into Hunter Renfroe. So Duvall ready to go back at it again. Here comes the 0-1 offering. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that just misses off the outside corner and the count goes to 1-1. I think if you're against Duvall, maybe you want to sit soft. I'm not sure what you would approach, but maybe you're thinking it's time to wait on a off-speed pitch or a breaking ball to catch up here because his fastball's a little erratic. And there's a breaking ball that swung on and it's belted foul down the left field line. That ball, Renfroe was just out in front of it. It's going to be a souvenir for a San Francisco fan, but that ball was absolutely hammered. But it was hooked foul down the left field line, and the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Renfroe. There's 2 gone here in the top of the 9th. As Duvall is looking to finish off the Brewers in order here, 1-2-3. And here's the 1-2 pitch. It is a fastball at 101 miles an hour, grounded foul down the first base line. The ball dude again out to make the play, and he boots it again. It's not been a good night for the ball dude in the right field line. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. But they do find another young fan in the stands to give the ball to. It's a good gesture there and it's a young lady who's got a San Francisco hat on. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. There is a breaking ball swung on. This ball's belted down the line into the left field corner. It's trouble. It's extra bases. The ball is up against the wall. Gonzalez goes in to field it. And stopping at second is Renfroe with a 2-out double. So the Brewers are not dead yet here in the 9th inning. And that is going to bring up the catcher, Victor Caratini. So Caratini steps to the plate. He is 1 for 4 on the evening. He's got a single, a ground out. He's bounced into a double play, and he is flown out to right field. Caratini's average is stuck at 248. So Wade is the runner at first, Wade is the first baseman. The second baseman, Estrada, they're on the right side of the infield. The shortstop, Crawford, is almost over top of the bag. As there's a first pitch swung on and fouled away, and the count is 0-1 to Caratini. You really have to keep up with all the shifts. I know some of the teams, they move their guys around differently, where they put the third baseman in right field, or they keep the shortstop at home on the left side. There's just so many different things. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is belted to deep left field. Backpedaling on it is Gonzalez. He makes the catch in front of the warning track. And that is going to do it here for the Brewers in their half of the ninth inning. So for the Brewers in their half of the ninth, there was no runs. There was a hit. There was no errors and one runner left aboard. And that, again, is the story of the night. That is the 12th runner left aboard for the Brewers. As we go to the bottom of the ninth inning, it is a 2-2 ball game. It'll be Gonzalez, VR, and Yastrzemski to come to bat. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. We're glad you guys are there. Duvall definitely is Giants torture, as he is definitely a roller coaster on the mound. We'll be right back in just a few, everybody. We're glad you guys are with us, and we appreciate you all for being here.
Thanks for checking out Freddie and Last Wraps Baseball. It's time to announce the winner of this month's mystery pack. Boom! Josh S., you're the winner. Congratulations. Enjoy the game, and remember to tell Steve Rademacher, take a haircut. Back to the game.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the bottom half of the ninth inning. It's going to be Luis Gonzalez, David VR, and Mike Yastrzemski to come to bat. We're waiting on the updates on the pitching change, as we anticipate there will be one for the Brewers, unless Hobie Milner is coming back, although they do list Milner as coming back to the mound, as he is probably going to be facing the left-handed hitting Gonzalez. The bench players that are left for the Giants on the evening, don't have a whole lot left. We are just going to be checking that up. Right now, only Yerman Mercedes is left, as Gonzalez is going to step to the plate here. So we would anticipate that Mercedes is probably swinging a bat somewhere. Get into a situation where maybe Brandon Crawford would be sacrificed for the bat of Mercedes. So Milner ready to go back to work here as the Gonzalez waggles the bat. The first pitch is a breaking ball that catches the inside corner. So says the home plate umpire, Bruce Druckman, for a strike, and the count is 0-1. I say that with tongue in cheek because that pitch sure looked like it was inside. So here comes the 0-1 offering. It is a fastball that just misses on the inside corner. It was pretty much the same location. So Hobie Milner, the catcher Caratini, give a little bit of a pause to the home plate umpire. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Milner holds at the belt, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded softly to third. Peterson fields it. He fires to first. And Gonzalez is going to be gone on a ground out 5-3 for out number 1, and that's going to bring up the third baseman, David VR. And as it brings up VR, it's also going to bring out of the dugout Craig Counsell, who's going to go out and get his left-hander. So he's done his job, as his night is going to be done. And they are going to be bringing in a right-hander, are the Brewers. So hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a moment. As the Brewers are going to the bullpen, there is a pitching change. We'll get you that when we come back. Hang tight, everybody. Here is our friend Dave. And then Steve.
Hey everybody, thanks for checking out the game and Last Wraps Baseball. This is Dave, Zero Thought Sports Cards. If you like pack openings, baseball, all that good stuff, check us out. Drop a comment, on our channel this month to win a mystery pack of cards. All you gotta do is say Last Rap sent you to be entered. And we'll drop a video later on this month announcing the winner. Enjoy the game.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Thanks again, Steve. We do have a pitching change as the Brewers are going to the bullpen. It is the third pitcher used tonight by Craig Counsell. It is going to be the right-hander Trevor Gott. Gott would be familiar to the San Francisco market as he spent parts of a couple of seasons with the Giants. In fact, he won 7 ball games for the Giants back in 2019 out of their bullpen, as he was 7-0. But with the Brewers, he is 1-2 this year. He's got a 4.13 ERA. This is going to be his 30th appearance. He has worked 28 1/3 innings, allowed 23 hits, 16 runs, 13 which have been earned. He's walked 5 and struck out 31. The 29-year-old began his big league career with the Angels, and then he went to the Nationals for 3 years. Now he is being entrusted here to come on to face David Villar with 1 gone here in the 9th inning. So Gott on in relief, Villar coming to the plate. Now, we appreciate everybody who has been here with us tonight, whether you're checking in late or you've been with us for the whole one. We are going to be doing those 3 NPB games starting tomorrow night, but we may be slipping in a couple Major League games in at last minute in the midday. So if you're at work, be sure to turn on your radio or at least on your internet to be able to get us. And there's a first pitch fastball delivered to Villar, taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Villar on the evening is 0 for 3. He has struck out twice and popped to second. And here's the pitch from Gott, and he takes that as a fastball right down the middle, and the count is 0-2. So Gott is quickly ahead in the count. Villar standing in, waiting on the offering now from Gott, who rocks into the motion, and now he delivers. There's a fastball at 96 miles an hour that swung on and missed. And Villar has gone down on strikes for the 3rd time tonight. That's the 2nd out of the inning. It's going to leave it all up to the center fielder, Mike Yastrzemski. For Yastrzemski, he is 0 for 2. He has struck out and grounded out. He has also walked and scored a run. He's also got a stolen base in this one as well. So Yastrzemski steps up to the plate. His average has dipped to .233 on the season. And here's the first offering. It's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Yastrzemski. Yastrzemski's got a slightly open stance. They are playing him in a shift over to the right side. There's a fastball from Gott that gets in there, and it's now 1-1. I've got to say, it's the first time I've really seen Gott this year. I've seen a couple of replays of him, but nothing that I've seen there. There's a lot of movement on his pitch. He's got a lot of arm side run that can get away from a left-hander. There's a fastball at 97, swung on and lifted foul into the seats. The count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sometimes being able to command and control pitches is the challenge for pitchers, especially relievers. They do have the 3 players to the right side, but the shortstop Adames stays to the left. Here comes the 1-2 offering, and Yastrzemski is waiting. There's a fastball swung on. It's fouled away straight back, and the count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes. You can see why they like Gott, as he's got some giddy up on that fastball. 97 is what we've seen him peak at. Kind of stands bold-legged on the mound. He works into delivery, kicks and fires. There's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. The count remains at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Giants in some ways were fortunate to get the runs off of Corbin Burns when they did back in the third inning. The Brewers have had their opportunities tonight, stranding 12 runners on base. They really had their chances to put the Giants away on a number of occasions and couldn't do it, especially early on. Stranding 5 runners in the first 2 innings as that fastball is fouled away, and the count remains at 1-2 to Yastrzemski. But you do have to give Rodon credit, who got the start tonight. Even though I didn't think it was his best performance of the year, he really battled for the 5 innings of work. He was essentially an escape artist, where twice he had put runners into positions to be able to score, and then he worked his way out. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-2. Our friend Living Room says it's 12:10 a.m. in Milwaukee. I hope they give the fans reason to stay up. Well, they shouldn't have had any reason to stay up if they would have done their job in the early parts and scored some runs. There's a fastball swung on. This is lifted foul down the left field line. The count remains at 2-2. They wouldn't be in this situation if they had some clutch hitting. So 8 pitches in this at bat for Yastrzemski. He's fouled off 5. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Gott gets the side from his catcher, Caratini, and he rocks into the motion. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and missed. And we're going to have ourselves some bonus baseball, everybody, as we're going to be going to the 10th inning. We got ghost runners and all that stuff coming up. There were no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard. We're now through 9 complete. It is the Giants 2 and the Brewers 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call of the top of the 10th inning when we return. Stick around, everybody. We're glad you guys are with us.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. We're moving to the top of the 10th inning. We're all knotted up at 2s. We'll be back in 30 seconds with the call after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Christian Yelich coming in to be the ghost runner at second base. He is going to be running for Victor Caratini. It is going to be Luis Arias, Rowdy Tellez, and Colton Wong to come to bat here in the top of the 10th for the Brewers. So Yelich coming off the bench to pinch run. Our friend Scott said he is money 7 fastballs. Yep. And on top of that, Gott was the pitcher with the Giants a couple years ago, and as we said, he won 7 ball games against no defeats. The first pitch from Duvall is a fastball that misses outside to Urias, and the count is 1-0. So Urias tonight, he is 2 for 4. He's got a couple of singles. He's struck out and flown out to center. So here comes the offering from Duvall as he comes set at the belt. He checks Yelich at second and delivers. It is a fastball taken on the outside corner. The count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Urias batting here. I always find it interesting the way that teams play this out. You would think that this would be a pure bunting situation to move the runner over, and then you got multiple ways to bring him home from third. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball. It's a check swing that's fouled off. That is going to run the count now to 1-2 to Urias. Bruce Dreckman had waved his hands. He was able to get it. In some ways, almost looked like as we get the replay of that, I would have thought there might have been catcher's interference, as I thought it may have hit the glove. Our friend CV Baseball Card Collector is in the house. We appreciate you for coming in. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. You've arrived at the right time. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes to Urias. The ghost runner at second is Yelich. There's nobody out here in the top of the 10th inning. Duvall checks the runner at second. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball at 100 miles an hour that misses outside. The count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Just got to put the ball in play and try to find a way to advance the runner here. Urias looking to get the job done. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Duvall holds Sud at the belt. He checks Yelich at second. And now he delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It is lifted softly to the first baseman, Lamont Wade Jr., who makes the catch. And that is right there why that is a wasted at bat. As Urias has gone on a pop out to the first baseman for out number 1, and that'll bring up the first baseman, Rowdy Tellez. For Tellez tonight, he is 2 for 4. He's got a single, 2 singles, and a run scored. He scored the first Milwaukee run of the ball game. He's also flown to center and grounded to third. So Duvall gets the sign from his catcher wins. And now Tellez feels they've taken too much time. He steps out. See, this is where I would be upset. If Tellez ends up hitting a deep fly ball here, that would be where Urias could have got Yelich over to third. They would have sacked him home. But here's the situation. It is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. They do have Crawford almost behind the base runner. He's between the base runner and second base. Villar is well off the bag at third. The rest of the defense is kind of shifted over to the right side. Lamont Wade Jr. hugging the line. So here comes the 0-1 pitch. Duvall holds at the belt. He checks Yelich at second. And now he delivers. It is a breaking ball that misses outside. The count goes to 1-1 on Rowdy Tellez. So 1 ball and 1 strike. It is crunch time in San Francisco. This is the only game that is left going on in the big leagues tonight. All the rest of the games around Major League Baseball are finals. As Duvall steps off the back of the rubber and he reaches down to the rosin bag. He's ready to go back at it here with Tellez. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Duvall comes set. He checks the runner Yelich at second, and now he steps off and fakes an inside move back to second, but Yelich isn't going anywhere. Brandon Crawford, as we said, is way he's set up. He's set up between the runner and second base. So Duvall checks his sign from the catcher. He comes set. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and missed at 99 miles an hour. Duvall walked up the ladder and Tellez couldn't catch up. As that is going to run the count now to 1-2. I do have to say, you have to be impressed with Duvall's fastball. He can really get it up there. We've seen 101 out of him tonight. He's got something left in the tank, that's for sure. He's got to empty it right here. Scott Roeder said it was the best pitch he threw yet. I have to agree. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that's swung on and fouled away, and the count is going to remain at 1-2. The one thing I will say about Duvall, when I look at his repeatability of his pitches, in my opinion, that this is the problem. Duvall has a four-seam fastball that he can't repeat. That last pitch was at 98. He'll throw another one at 101. He'll throw another one at 97. You just can't repeat the same stuff. So here comes the 1-2 offering. As holding at the belt is the right-hander Duvall. There's a fastball that misses outside. That one was at 100 miles an hour as well. Our friend Master Mike comes in and says, anyone on base, the ghost runner Yelich is at second. As it's a 2-2 count here to Rowdy Tellez. So Duvall comes set. He gets the sign from his catcher. He checks Yelich again at second base. Yelich has got him worried. Here he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down and in. That's going to run the count to 3-2 now to Rowdy Tellez. They do have first base open. It is Colton Wong, who is came in as the pinch hitter for Pedro Severino earlier, who stayed in as the designated hitter. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Tellez. Duvall is on the bump here for the San Francisco Giants. He's looking to close out the top of the 10th here. Limit the damage with no runs. And there is a fastball swung on it. Is pop foul over on the first base side. It's going to reach the seats. It's going to keep the count at 3 balls and 2 strikes to Tellez. Our CV baseball card collector asks the question. He says, can anyone be the ghost runner? Well, technically, it's the last out of the inning. Well, the last out of the inning was Victor Caratini. But because they are pinch running Yelich for him at second base, that means Caratini's night is done. There's a fastball at 99 that misses outside, and that is going to put Tellez aboard. As he is aboard with a walk, that's going to put runners at first and second, and that's now going to bring up Colton Wong to the plate. Enrico says, noteworthy tonight, but Anthony's ACL surgery went well. That's good. Hopefully that AP will be able to have a sound recovery. So there is no action right now going on in the bullpen for the Giants. They're going to be living and dying by the sword here with Duvall. So Colton Wong digs in. He's 0 for 1 tonight. He flew up to right field his only time up, as he had come in to replace Severino. And there's the first pitch breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike for Colton Wong. Wong will be followed by Jonathan Davis. He's able to extend this here, and there's a breaking ball swung on his tap slowly over to second off the glove of Duvall. It is fielded by the second baseman Estrada, who shovels it to first. That is going to retire the batter runner Wong. A nice play by Estrada. It's going to go down as a ground out 4-3, but all the other runners are going to advance as Yelich moves over to third and Tellez gets to second. What a play by the second baseman Estrada, who underhanded it across his body to be able to retire the batter runner, Colton Wong, and that's going to bring up Jonathan Davis. Well, Jonathan Davis is 1 for 3 tonight, and I said it earlier on that he is an instant rally killer. But he has had himself a nice ball game tonight. He's got a single, he's scored a run, he's walked, he struck out and grounded out. And here's the first pitch. It is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So when I said that earlier, he was doing things to prove otherwise. The runner at third is Yelich. The runner at second is Tellez. And here comes the 0-2 offering. It is a fastball swung on, missed. That's the 0-1 offering that makes it 0-2. Count is now no balls and 2 strikes. Sometimes I get a little bit ahead of myself here as I have to trust what I see on our score sheet and not on the scoreboard. So no balls and 2 strikes to Davis. And here comes the offering from Duvall. It is a fastball at 100 miles an hour. that just misses off the outside corner. He really wanted that pitch. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is to Davis. Duvall is at 32 pitches. This is his second full inning of work. He gets the sign from his catcher. He comes set at the belt, and now he steps off the rubber. And we're going to do this all over again. So there's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Davis. Yelich is jockeying at third. Our friend Master Mike says he hopes the Brewers score. It would sure make a little bit different setup for the bottom of the 10th inning. And here comes the offering. As Duvall kicks and delivers, it's a breaking ball swung on, tapped slowly over to third. Duvall comes off the mound to field it, and everybody is going to be safe. Jonathan Davis is going to get himself an infield hit. It was a swinging bunt down the third base line. Christian Yelich comes in to score. The Brewers have now taken the lead 3-2. It is an RBI single for Davis, his second hit of the night. Advancing to third is Urias, and that is going to bring up the top of the order in Andrew McCutchen. Holy smokes. That one there, that didn't go more than 70 feet. And they had no chance to be able to get the batter runner Davis at first. And now Andrew McCutchen steps to the plate. He is 2 for 4 tonight. He's also struck out a couple of times, and he's had a sacrifice fly and an RBI. So here comes McCutchen. Runners are on the corners. They got to watch out for some shenanigans because Davis can run. And here comes the first pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on and missed. And the count is 0-1 to McCutchen. I think in this case, I'm running if I'm the Brewers here. You've got to try to get something happening here. Davis should be able to take the bag. You want to try to stay out of that fielder's choice potential with McCutchen at the plate. So here comes the 0-1 offering. It's a fastball at 99 that misses way outside. And that's going to run the count now to 1-1. Now the question from the CV baseball card collector, and it's a good question, were they playing deep? Yeah, with 2 out, they were, and also with Davis with 2 strikes. Not expecting a bunt, so they were back probably about a good 5-6 steps behind the base was the third baseman. There's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-1. It basically was a chopper that didn't chop. It was really dyed in the grass. Our friend J3 Music says Duvall is too inconsistent. Yeah, you can see that even in his pitches. As I said earlier, the four-seam fastball, really a lot of variance between 101 and 96, 97. There's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is now 3-1 to McCutchen. You can see that he's having a hard time repeating his pitches. He's repeating his delivery. Mauricio Lovera is now up and throwing quickly in the bullpen. So here comes the 3-1 offering. There's a fastball that is swung on and missed, and now it's 3-2. Craig Shaw says first in the division and fourth in the NL. It's true. Our living room has got themselves the party, and the disco ball is going. And so here comes the 3-2 offering now to McCutchen. Duvall holds at the belt, and he delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on and grounded foul just past the third base bag. The ball dude on the left field line makes his first play of the night here in the 10th inning. It's going to keep the count at 3-2. So we appreciate everybody for being in here to join us late. We got runners on the corners. Jonathan Davis is at first. He'll be in motion here on the delivery. The runner at third is Rowdy Tellez. Andrew McCutchen is at the plate. It's a 3-2 count. The Brewers have taken a 3-2 lead over the Giants here in the top of the 10th. Duvall holds at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is line foul just over into the dugout of the San Francisco Giants. It's going to keep the count at 3-2 strikes. J3 Music said if anyone else on the Brewer roster was pitching, this game wouldn't even be close. It was a great night tonight by the starter Corbin Burns. Tied his career high with 115 pitches. So here comes the 3-2 pitch. The ball now kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball, swung on and missed. And McCutcheon is down on strikes for out number 3. Well, the Giants have got to come to bat in the bottom of the 10th inning. In the top of the 10th here for the Brewers, they had 1 run in the inning. There was 1 hit. There was no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. Stay with us, everybody. We're going to the bottom of the 10th inning. It is the San Francisco Giants trailing the Milwaukee Brewers 3-2. We'll be right back after this from our friend Matt.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Appreciate you there, Matt, and your support of the channel, and in turn, we like to support him. Be sure to check out Another Hollis Build after the game. We'll be back here in just a moment. It's going to be Crawford, Wins, and Lamont Wade Jr. to come to bat. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for checking out the game and Last Raps Baseball. This is Dave, Zero Thought Sports Cards. If you like pack openings, baseball, all that good stuff, check us out. Drop a comment on our channel this month to win a mystery pack of cards. All you gotta do is say Last Rap sent you to be entered. And we'll drop a video later on this month announcing the winner. Enjoy the game.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Devin Williams coming in relief. He's going to be looking to close it out. 2-0 season. He's got an ERA of 1.82. This is going to be his 39th appearance of the year. He has got 5 saves under his belt. He's worked 34 2/3 innings, allowing 18 hits, 7 runs, all earned, walking 19 and striking out 58. It is going to be Brandon Crawford coming up here. It'll be Crawford and Wins, and then Lamont Wade Jr. to face the right-hander Williams. The ghost runner is Yastrzemski. He is on at second base. So we're going to see how the Giants are going to try to play this one up as they've got to get a run back here. Will they be showing bunt? We're about to find out. Here comes the first offering to Crawford. As Williams holds at the belt and they kick and deliver, it is a changeup that trips in for a called strike. And the count is quickly 0-1 to Brandon Crawford. Crawford tonight is 1 for 3. He singled his last time up. He was raced on a fielder's choice, and he has struck out twice tonight. So 1 for 3 for Crawford. And Williams now steps off. And he's got to cycle through the signs again with his catcher, Victor Caratini. Or I don't think it's Caratini anymore. I believe they have made a catching change here. As again, Yelich had come in to run. We'll get you that update in just a moment to see who is behind the plate for the Brew Crew. The Brewers have replaced him with Omar Narvaez. So Narvaez is behind the plate. It really erased Yelich. He is done for the night. All he did was come in to pinch run and score the run. He is now no longer in the ball game either. So here comes the 0-1 offering to Crawford as Williams kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It is lifted into shallow left field. Coming in on it is McCutcheon. He's going to make the catch. And that is going to retire Crawford for the first out of the inning. Our friend Scott in the chat says that their manager overmanages, as he is in response to J3 Music. We have to say Gabe Kapler I reserve my comment on Kapler for another year or so because I have to say he did do a good job last year with the Giants. In a lot of ways, really surprised me. So Wins is coming up to the plate. He's batting .226 with a homer and 8 RBIs. He bats from the right side against the right-handed throwing Williams. As Williams comes set at the belt, he checks Yastrzemski at second. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a changeup that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. This is Wins' first at bat of the night, and getting over to third base is Mike Yastrzemski, as he is able to take that bag off the right-hander Williams. Williams has fallen asleep, as did it look like the whole Milwaukee team, because Narvaez didn't even take a shot at him. So Yastrzemski has stolen third, and it is one strike here to Austin Wins. There's a fastball that misses up in the zone, and the count now goes to 1-1. So there's a runner at third with one gone. And Austin Wins here needs to hit some sort of deep fly ball to sacrifice the runner home. The Giants are the leaders in sacrifice flies. The infield is in for the Brewers. And here comes the pitch. It is a changeup that misses down. They appeal over to Manny Gonzalez, the first base umpire, has checked that Gabe Morales. And they said that Austin Wins had offered. It's going to run the count now to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Gabe Morales is probably not going to be getting too many Christmas cards from the Giants fans after that call. It runs the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. So here comes the 1-2 offering. And Williams kicks and delivers. It is a changeup that misses down, and now the count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lamont Wade Jr. is waiting his turn on deck. And so here comes Williams ready to go again. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Our friend J3 Music asked, was it a bad call? I don't know if he, in my opinion, if he offered. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. But, you know, when you get into that situation, it's too close. As soon as you offer and pull back, you're putting your hands into the fate of the umpires. Scott said that sneaky steal was legendary. Don't waste it. Absolutely. Mike Yastrzemski was able to catch the defense sleeping. Didn't even draw a throw from Narvaez. Almost looked like they forgot all about him. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. And Williams delivers. It is a changeup swung on and missed. And Wins is gone down on strikes for the second out of the inning, and that's going to allow the defense to back up. It's going to bring Lamont Wade Jr. to the plate. As now that's going to bring him up, as he is officially 0 for 3 tonight. He's also drawn a walk. I have to say, watching Lamont Wade Jr. this year, he really hasn't got his timing or his rhythm. Missed a lot of the early part of the season, and you can just see that he's struggling. Last year, he had a very good year. We were saying that he was acquired by the Giants for Sean Anderson. Basically a steal for the Giants. And here's the first pitch. It is a changeup that misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. So the Giants are down to their final out here in the bottom of the 10th inning. The runner at third is Yastrzemski. Lamont Wade Jr. is the hitter. Williams checks the sign from the catcher Narvaez, and he comes set at the chest. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball that catches the inside corner. The count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Austin Slater is the hitter on deck should they happen to get to the next batter here. So Wade Jr. waggles the bat. Williams gets his sign from Narvaez. He comes set at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a changeup swung on. It is lifted into shallow left field. Andrew McCutchen is there. He calls for it. He makes the catch. And that is going to do it here as the Milwaukee Brewers hang on to beat the San Francisco Giants 3-2 and close it out here in the 10th inning. So for the Giants in their half of the 10th, there was no runs, no hits, no errors, one runner left aboard. That was the ghost runner. And now your final score is the Milwaukee Brewers 3, San Francisco Giants 2. Thanks again, everybody, for being here. We're going to wrap it up in just a moment. We appreciate you guys all for stopping in. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back after this.
Thanks for checking out Freddie and Last Raps Baseball. It's time to announce the winners of this month's Mystery Pack. Boom! Josh S., you're the winner. Congratulations. Enjoy the game, and remember to tell Steve Rademacher, pick a haircut. Back to the game.
Once again, everybody, we appreciate everybody for stopping in here tonight and supporting the channel. Be sure to check us out. We'll be back on again late night for the next 3 nights doing the Japanese League. It'll be the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles and the Oryx Buffaloes. It'll be Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday North American time. So hopefully you can join us for those calls as well. Just a quick recap on this one here. We'll go back and take a look at the scoring. The San Francisco Giants got the scoring underway in the 3rd inning. A leadoff walk to Mikey Yastrzemski. And with 1 out, Joey Bart walked. And then there was a single by Austin Slater that brought in the first run of the game. And then a wild pitch was able to, or a pass ball was able to score the second runners, and that's how the score got off to a 2-0 lead for the Giants. Well, after that, it was all Milwaukee the rest of the night. In the 4th inning with 1 out, it was a Rowdy Tellez single. Then Colton Wong walked, then Jonathan Davis walked to load the bases, and Andrew McCutchen hit a sacrifice fly to right field to bring home Tellez. That cut the lead to 2-1. In the 6th inning, with 1 out, Jonathan Davis singled, a single by Andrew McCutchen, and then a single by Willie Adames was able to bring home Jonathan Davis, and that made the score 2-2. That's the way the score stayed until the 10th inning. In the top of the 10th inning, Christian Yelich was the ghost runner at second base. And then with 1 out, Rowdy Tellez walked. And then Jonathan Davis came up to bat after a ground out by Colton Wong, advanced the runners to second and third. And then it was Jonathan Davis had a chopper sort of pseudo swinging bunt down the third baseline that was fielded by the pitcher and unable to be able to throw the ball to first as everybody was safe, including Christian Yelich at home. And that was the go-ahead and winning run. Again, your final was the Brewers 3, the Giants 2. Once again, everybody, thanks again for listening to another Last Drafts Baseball video production. We hope you all enjoyed the stream. Come on back and see us again tomorrow night. We're going to be doing it all over again. We've got Japanese baseball, 10 p.m. Pacific, 1 a.m. Eastern. We'll be back on the air. All right, great, everybody. Have a great night. Everybody who stopped in the chat, we do appreciate you here. And have a great night.